time has come. Well, okay, a little earlier than normal.
Time
So
has
we
come.
normally do these at the end of the
Snap.
month, but I am going on vacation starting Thursday, and I won't be back until basically the month's over. So won't have time to do it then. So I figured let's just do it now. Let's do it now, and without
Just do it now. Also, is well your catchphrase
It's been a
for
while.
these recordings? See, yeah, it's well. It's been a while.
Well, it's
I
been a
always gonna
while,
start with well,
but
and then maybe it's been a while. Well, maybe you should be like
and
Batman. Be like, well,
and we
here
have
I
a
am.
special surprise for you guys at the end of this video. Yep, little some fuck. Didn't
Your
fuck. I
mic
didn't
cut.
cut on Audacity.
No.
Oh, yeah, we have a little special
Okay.
surprise for you
All
guys
that
at the end of this
matters.
video. So, all right. Well, without further ado, you want to just get straight going on this? All right.
Yeah.
So,
Nothing else to do.
excuse me. First up is Wallace and Gromit: Vengeance Most Foul.
Yes. This was what
Yep.
the first movie
Oh,
we
before
saw
I
of this year,
before I
right?
get going to Wallace and Gromit, I did forget to mention we will not be covering any of the movies that we talked about or I talked about in the, or at least I won't be covering again the movies that I talked about in the watch what I watched videos that I did this year, and we will not be talking about Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning. I know I cut out on Discord, but I'll just repeat it for you because, yeah. We will not be talking about Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning in this video. Go watch our Mission Impossible section if you wish to know our thoughts. Yeah, it's not that long.
Yeah,
It'll
it's
probably end up
long,
being
but
shorter than this.
yeah, it's average. It's a little long for the average person. They have performance issues.
Yeah, well,
Uh,
no need to judge people for that.
you know,
Uh,
I'm not. It's not. Listen, it's not my business. It's their partner's business. I'm just saying, work on it.
well, it's not the length that matters. It's what you do with it.
It
Anyway, children's
yeah,
film,
yeah, yeah. That makes sense.
Wallace and Gromit.
Yeah, children's film.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
you
Wallace and
you go
Gromit,
first.
Vengeance Most Foul. The last Wallace and Gromit movie we had, I don't think it was, Curse of the Were Rabbit, but that was the last time I saw a Wallace and Gromit movie. Was Curse of the Were Rabbit. So it's been a long time. Yep.
Been a long time for me too. I haven't seen Wallace and Gromit in a long time, and that's a long time. Like this is like the first one I've seen recently in a while. Fucking a while.
Yeah.
I was not in my 20s when I
I
saw
mean, I
Wallace and
rewatched
Gromit
Curse of the Were Rabbit last
again.
Halloween, so it was a little more recent for me. But I mean, this was the first movie we saw of the year, as you already said. But like, it was a fun one. I would say it was a very
Mhm.
fun movie.
It was a very fun one. Yeah, yeah. It's got yeah, it maintains the Wallace and Gromit magic from what
Very
I remember it
English,
being. Very quirky, very
very English
British.
humor, but also
Yeah, very
very
English
smart and
for sure.
very witty humor. Yep. The
Yeah,
animation,
it's
the
a
stop
clever
motion
little
stuff
movie.
it's such a
Yeah,
delight to see, and yeah, I've always had such an appreciation for that because it takes
stellar
the
as always.
time. Uh, what was I gonna say? What was the word?
It's
No, that's not
it's
what I was gonna
of
say.
its time, but it'll never get old.
It's a very ugh,
Damn it.
I fucking hate my brain. It takes a long time to do. There was a word, but like that's what I was trying to say. It takes a long time to do this stuff. So whenever we
That
get
is
a
true.
movie that's all done in stop motion animation, it I always kind of just appreciate it based on how much hard work was put into it, because literally you have to do this frame by frame for every little minute movement that happens. So, and any little
Fuck.
change. So I can only imagine how long it took them to make this movie. But yeah,
All right,
it
Long
was
Tentacles is pretty
probably a long
flawless, like
time.
the animation.
And what was it? There was because of this movie there was almost a clay shortage, or there was a clay shortage because of this movie. Yeah, they almost deprived the world of
Yeah.
clay or something like that. That's what they
Was
said.
what was it? This movie that made the clear shirts? I thought it was like in general, like it was a thing that was
I think
happening
it was
for
generally
like
there was a clay
these movies
shortage.
that made it harder.
They
But what they found new,
yeah they found a new
but like
material that's
they
really
found
good
new
because they
material now for it
use
now. I heard.
it was just ugh. It's like when the fucking Barbie came out and there was a pink paint shortage because they used all the they used all of the pink paint.
What the
And
fuck
because of that there was a pink paint shortage for a short
in the
time.
world?
Uh, yeah, because of Barbie.
The world
Uh,
and not a pink paint.
I don't know.
God. Thanks, Jesus
Don't
fucking
do that.
Christ! Almost fell out of my chair.
Yeah, we're not gonna drill
This
down
is a
on
very
the.
chaotic review of this movie, by the way.
I thought it was a good movie. I don't really have too much to say about it. It was good. It was funny. It was entertaining, and it was quick.
You know, it was me neither. It's a very cutesy movie. I like the relationship between Wallace and Gromit here and what they go through in the movie, especially in the ending. It gets to my heart because it's very nice.
Yeah.
A man and his dog. Also, very thematic, relevant about the reliance
Mm.
on technology. This movie's so clever. It
And
has
I know
something to
this.
say for being a kids movie,
I know this technically
as they
came
should,
out
as they
last
fucking
year, but
should.
when it came out in Netflix,
Wah
out
wah.
in the U.S. of A. in January. So I'm counting it as a 2025 movie. The same way I counted Better Man as a 2025 movie.
Yeah, fuck you.
Um, yeah, I mean, I
Yeah,
don't really
fuck
have
you.
much to say. It's a
British.
good movie. It's not perfect, but it's so charming. You kind of just let it go. Uh, yeah,
Yeah,
very fun time. I
yeah,
give it
yeah.
like an
It's
eight.
a very fun time. I recommend it
Yeah,
heavily.
yeah, it's a good one.
I also give it like an 8.
Yeah, so from there we can move on to
It's a
Den
good
of
one.
Thieves 2 Pantera, which I did cover, so you get to talk about this movie now.
I just realized that you mentioned that you weren't gonna talk about the movies that you covered in your video, which means that you forgot about Wallace and Gromit
I didn't
in
cover
your
Wallace and
video,
Gromit in the video.
didn't you?
No, I just left it out. I
Is it
didn't
because you
cover it.
forgot you didn't want to do it? Uh, wow, so rude. All right, then at least Pantera, two, two Pantera. Uh, yeah, you see, I'm someone who like pretty much really enjoyed the first end of these movie. Wasn't great. I think as has been said before, it is heat light, diet heat basically, but it's a very fun one at that anyway. You know, doesn't do anything as well as Heat does, but it does well in its own right for me to be engaged by it. It's got cool gunfights, cool heist, and I like the characters. Big Nick here in particular, and Jackson Jr. I forgot his name in the movie.
I don't know.
Okay, what's his name?
Donnie. Donnie, apparently that's his name.
All right, yeah, I like Donnie in the first movie. Uh, they don't interact much in that movie because it's very much about Big Nick and his group against the thieves and the ending to that. But the ending to that movie leads to this one. Now, Den of Thieves 2 is fine, I'd say, for the most part. It takes a long time to really get to get to being enjoyable, I'd say. And I mean a really long time. It's a long fucking movie that takes a lot of time to build up. But thankfully, most of that, the runtime and everything is carried by these two here on screen. It's their relationship and moments together and chemistry that really makes the movie stand out even more than the first one. I'd say I like the first one more still because I find the plot around it more interesting. But in here, the plot being less interesting, and with like the minor characters being a lot less interesting, uh, it's a drag until these two get together, and then they just carry the rest of the movie, and it's a fun time. Um, not e- it's not even just them throughout. It is them throughout the movie, but like around the end, it turns into a really fascinating movie with a really cool heist, and followed by a really cool chase sequence that I super enjoyed. And honestly, the ending of the movie, despite it being one of those like curveballs, and here we go for another one, I am left a little excited to see what comes next out of the Den of Thieves 3, if ever it happens, and if it fucking doesn't take as long as this one took to make and come out. But yeah, Den of Thieves 2 is a well-made movie with short moments of high energy that I enjoy. So it's a tilted thumbs up. Holy shit! Yeah, tilted thumbs up. Not bad. It's fun. It takes a while to get to really get there, but thankfully these two are there to make it worthwhile.
Rating.
That's all I got.
Yeah.
Oh, rating?
Did you forget that we
Shit.
do
I
that?
think a six, maybe. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry. Usually I have you to
I mean, I
bounce
saw
off
this movie
of.
too, but like I really can't say anything. I liked it. I liked it, which was compared to the first movie, which I didn't like.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a particularly great movie. I think it's just very slow and repetitive. But yeah, O'Shea Jackson Jr. and Gerard Butler
It's
definitely
whelming.
worth watching. And that third act is actually pretty entertaining. But I didn't mean the third act. So like the car chase, I don't really
Yeah.
care about the heist.
Yeah.
I just more so care about the car
Really cool
chase.
heist.
No, no, I didn't really care for the heist.
You didn't care about the heist? I really like the heist. It's pretty tense.
Just
It was
yeah,
tense, and the
I like
cameras and shit.
because I was like, oh shit, this is actually a pretty cool car chase. But no, I gave it a
Damn.
6. Also, didn't really have much to say about it. I know I said I wouldn't cover movies I already did, but yeah. Uh, yeah. So you 6, you're 6, you're 6. I'm 6.
Listen. Yeah. It's my six. Listen, not
For
everyone saw your
us,
video. I know I got a bunch of
for
views.
us,
Don't let your
yeah,
narcissism get in the way, bro. Huh?
yeah. Which thanks for that, by the way.
Yeah,
And thanks
that's a
for
lot
the
of views
review.
for
Thanks for
us.
the views on the other what I watched video. That was nice of you guys.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you had him worried there for a second.
But yeah, we can move on from that to One of Them Days. So One of Them Days is all me. Uh, One of Them Days is well, I guess I should, yeah, new comedy film that released in January, starring Keke Palmer and SZA. So the plot is that Keke Palmer is so Keke Palmer and SZA are roommates. So Keke Palmer is a responsible adult. She works all the time. She works extra shifts. She's really working hard to become a manager of the restaurant that she works at, so that can kind of elevate her up a little bit in the world. And then her roommate is very the spirits will guide me. It'll all be all right. Give her money to her, give her money to her boyfriend,
Lord
her on and
Christ.
off boyfriend, because she's dumb. And the plot is essentially okay. She gave her rent money to her boyfriend, who I guess went and spent it on something. We don't really know what. So, and now they're about to get evicted from their apartment within the day. So now they
Stupid
have to give
bitch.
the rent money back to the landlord in the day, or else they will be evicted. And that is the plot of this movie. So it's essentially an hour and a half of these two trying to find every way to make their rent money in just a singular day. And I thought it was a very enjoyable little kind of modern gem. It takes us back to the old like screwball comedies of the 90s. It feels very much like Friday. and it's very down to earth, but also very fun, and also just generally pretty funny. Most of that is due to just how good SZA and Keke Palmer bounce off each other. They're both very funny, and randomly, a really really funny Cat Williams, who's just this random recurring character who just keeps telling them to stop doing what they're doing. Uh, yeah.
Well, Cat Williams,
Yeah, it
it's
pretty
just
much
funny.
works basically exclusively on how good Keke Palmer and SZA are together and how fun they make the movie. Because the situations of the film get pretty ludicrous by the end. And I would have to say also, I probably chuckled more than I outright laughed. But that's more than I can say for most comedies that come out these days. Especially this past decade. But it's pretty good. It's not great. Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah,
It's
comedy's pretty
pretty
dry so
generic.
far.
But I'm kind of willing to ignore a lot of that because of how good those two are together and how fun they make it. So yeah, for that I would have to give it like a 7. I think it's a good movie. It's a very fun movie. It's on Netflix now, so check it out on Netflix. That's a good one, especially now with the summertime hitting, and this movie takes place in the summer, so it gets you can have those feelings. It's very much a little bit of like Do the Right Thing and Friday.
I mean, careful. It might. I was gonna say
Maybe.
careful. You might. It might be too hard for you
But
to
also it
laugh
could
at
be
this
part of the
point.
vibe. Who knows? Yeah, gave it a 7. Thought it was good. I saw it on my birthday, so that was kind of cool. Yeah.
Laughing too hard and sweating.
Yeah. Good movie. Enjoyed it.
Fuck.
You can move on.
Yeah, see, if you have two characters with two cool actors, they can just carry your whole
From
movie.
there, we have Back in Action, which is a new Netflix movie. So say it with me, folks. Shitty Netflix movie. This one, unfortunately, gets the special honor of being Cameron Diaz's return to acting. She hadn't been in a movie for years.
Really?
Like maybe even a full decade. I don't know. I think she felt like taking a break.
Why?
Or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, she took a break.
So,
She's back
break.
now with this shit ass Netflix movie. The plot is that Jamie Foxx here and Cameron Diaz play
It's like I never
spies. On one of their missions, they find out Cameron Diaz is pregnant, and they both quit their spy lives to raise a family. 16 years later, they have a daughter and a son, and when the thing that caused them to go into retirement or to go into hiding brings them back into the fold, they now have to balance out the fact that they have kids and protect their kids with the fact that they need to solve a spy plot. And the spy plot is stupid. It's absolute nonsense. The action is dull, very lame. The movie's unfunny. The script is pretty bad. The acting is meh. It's not. Everything about it is bad enough that it's not awful, but it's like just still not good at all. I will say it was nice to see Cameron Diaz again. I hadn't realized that I hadn't seen her in a long time until I watched this movie, and I was like, oh shit, I haven't seen Cameron Diaz in a long time. And it was nice to see her, but this is not the movie that should have been her comeback. So, maybe. I'm sure.
I mean, it might be up her fucking alley. I don't know. She doesn't. She's never been in great movies except Shrek 2. I was gonna say The Mask next. I was thinking about it, man. Come on, man. What? Yeah, it's fun. I like Color Changer. It was like a funny little dumb Lara Croft parody or something.
Yeah, no, cannot say I like this movie. I watched it, finished it, and went, wow. It's like, wow, I watched that. Yeah, I gave it a 4.
Wow, that's bad.
Oof.
Damn, last thing she was in was Annie.
Yeah, no, this yeah, shit ass.
Oh shit. All
right. Yeah. Okay.
I take a break too if I was in Annie.
We are going to have Flight Risk. All right. So Flight Risk
Oh my god.
Comes from us from old Mel Gibson. Uh, let's see here. We got a January release date. Check. Mark Wahlberg doing a shitty Southern accent. Check. And modern Mel Gibson. Check. This movie's terrible.
What?
Yeah. I found out upon doing research for this film after I saw it, because I was like, there's no way this movie was that bad. Apparently, the script for this was put on a Hollywood blacklist. Do you know what the Hollywood blacklist is? No. The Hollywood
It's never
blacklist
coming out, I
is every
guess.
year. The studios and general producers get a whole bunch of scripts that were a whole bunch of spec scripts that were written by various writers and get sent to producers, and they all come together to make a list of scripts that they want to produce at some point, that they all collectively agree they want to produce. Now, those lists are usually somewhere between 50 and 100 scripts. Not all of them get made, but many of them do. Sometimes they get made way later in time. Flight Risk was put on the 2020 Hollywood blacklist, and they made it eventually, and it should
Damn.
not have been made. It's really, really bad. The script is generally very annoying and predictable, and even though it's such a self-contained movie because it's all just on this plane, it's genuinely an incredibly boring movie. The movie's only an hour and 20, like an hour and 30 minutes. It's really short, and even with that very small amount of time, they do nothing with it. The only thing I can really say about this movie is
Damn it.
that the acting is fine. The acting is okay. Topher Grace is fucking annoying the shit out of me this whole movie. He's such a whiny little shit. Yeah.
Topher Grace is usually annoying in a lot of his movies. What a pattern. Maybe he's
The biggest
typecasted.
problem that I have is like the script, because it can't lock down a tone for its life, and it's just generally really stupid. The movie shifts tones constantly. I could never tell whether it was trying to be fully serious or a little more tongue in cheek. And I don't know if that's Mel Gibson's fault or if that's just the script itself. But yeah, generally the movie's just fucking stupid. It's awful. It has one of the funniest shots I've seen all year, of like a wide angle shot of Mark Wahlberg's face with a harsh light shown on him. It makes him look stupid. Where he has this stupid like half bald cap that's awful. Yeah, no, this movie sucks shit. 3 out of 10. Terrible. Terrible movie.
Man, from the guy who made Braveheart and Hacksaw Ridge.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
These directors falling off, man. They get too old and too stupid.
I have Presence. So Presence is the newest, well, not newest because technically another movie come out this year that we will talk about. Is one of the two newest films from director
One of two newest.
David Soderbergh. He's a pretty eclectic director. It seems like there's just not a movie he won't do. The man has made a lot of movies in his time, and it seems like he just won't stop making them. And Presence is a pretty unique film.
You can't stop it.
From a conceptual standpoint. So the film is entirely shot from the first-person POV perspective of a ghost in a haunted house. And all this ghost does is just watch this family who have just moved into this home. And we watch kind of just as this broken family becomes more broken, things become worse, and eventually some maybe scarier or intense things happen. I don't know, because this film was hot fucking garbage. At least to me. A lot of people really like this movie. I am not one of them. I think this film is dog shit. I really, yeah, I wanted to like it
I
because the
as a dog
concept
shit,
was
sir.
interesting, but the execution is terrible because the screenplay has nothing going on. All of the people in this movie are obnoxious, awful people. Like, to put into perspective, there is a scene where this young man is talking to his mom, played by Lucy Liu, and he is talking to her, telling her how he terribly harassed a young woman at his school by like spreading false information and spreading her nudes around at his school, and his mom is laughing it up, hyping him up for it, and talking about how funny it is.
Sorry,
And we're supposed to watch around like
what a bitch.
clear, like sort of invested. The dad's not really saying anything. He's kind of just going like, "Why would you do that?" And then the sister's like, "That's terrible. Why did you do that?" And then they just tell the sister to shut up. And no. All the tension of the movies is super forced, super fake. None of the dialogue is good. Nobody talks like a real person. Um, and there's no real narrative through line. There's no real like theme or story being told. It's just a series of events that like eventually like become something, I guess. The best thing about this movie is Soderbergh's direction,
Thank
even with his, because the movie's he's the cinematographer here too, and he was the camera operator as well. He was the one holding the camera the whole time, so everything is by his hand, and he has a very steady hand. He directs the film with a lot of class. It's a very well shot movie. When it needs to be suitably like intense and like shaky, he does that very well, and it never feels like disorienting. But the film is incredibly boring. None of these people are likable, and because of that, there's no tension at all for when some things do happen. This movie could have been very effective and creepy if anything was written to the point where you could experience the dread of just perceiving something you probably shouldn't. Um, and yeah, no, it's just really fucking bad. And it is so funny when we talk about the other David Soderbergh movie, because the writer who wrote this movie also wrote the other David Soderbergh movie we're going to talk about later, um, which is stark contrast. But yeah, no, I could not recommend this movie. I thought it was really, really fucking terrible. I gave it a 2. I really hated this movie. Well, not hated, but I really didn't like this
Damn.
movie at all. It very much bothered me heavily.
Sounds.
Uh,
I mean, you can admit you hated it.
I
It
did.
sounds like you hated
I
it,
very much
which is
didn't
fine.
like it. I really didn't like it, but I don't know. I don't feel anything toward it. Maybe I hated it when I saw it, but like we're 6 months removed from that.
Mm,
Yeah.
Nah, shit. 6 months,
All
fucking hell.
right. Can move on from there to you are cordially invited. Uh, you're cordially invited is an Amazon comedy that is not very good. Yeah, it stars Will Ferrell and
I was gonna say I've never heard of this.
Reese Witherspoon. So the plot is that Will Ferrell is a single father whose daughter has just gotten engaged, and he reserves a wedding destination, which is where he and his late wife got married. On the other side of things, Reese Witherspoon is a TV show producer or something, and her sister is getting married, and they want to reserve the same wedding destination. Whoever when they call to reserve the spot, the person that they call accidentally double books them. And so when they get to the wedding destination, they're like, "Oh no, what are we doing here? Why are we can't do this?" And essentially, the movie just becomes a shit ton of chaos and bad people trying to manipulate each other because they're really. This is a comedy.
This is a comedy.
It's just a battle of who can make the other person's life a living hell more, and who can ruin a wedding faster. Uh,
Wedding
That is a better
Crashers.
movie you could watch. But it's also kind of like a rom-com.
Yeah, I recommend
Because
Wedding
Will
Crashers for me.
Ferrell and Reese Witherspoon, I guess, developed feelings for each other over the course of the movie. It's weird. It's
I knew it.
it's
I
a
knew they
very
were gonna
weird
be like,
movie.
"I hate you, but I love you" moment.
Um, I felt very much not very felt very little towards it. It's just a very mediocre movie. Very very mediocre comedy. It's not super funny. Wasn't particularly
We should.
heartwarming. Characters are kind of annoying. They say and do annoying things, but it kind of gets by on the fact that everyone in this movie is really trying. They're really trying. Everyone's really trying, and it's weird.
Everyone's trying.
It's very. It's weird. It's very weird.
It's weird.
How? It's like why?
It's like, why?
It's the
Why
kind of
for this movie? Why? I don't get it. Why?
that it's weird that they're trying so hard because this is the kind of movie that you know will eventually just get put on in the background while you do something actually important with your life. While you actually do something worthwhile. Like,
That's so rude.
Cleaning your house. Or doing some homework. Or cleaning your room.
Is that what you did?
Doing the laundry. Cleaning your car. Doing something more productive than watching your cordially.
Wait. How are you gonna? I was gonna say, how are you gonna put this movie on in the background? Well, kind of watching it, but also washing your car. You're gonna be outside, man.
Throw some headphones
Are you
on
washing
and
your car
put it on your
inside?
phone and do the thing where
Oh, put it on your phone.
you just like put your phone on like the home screen and you don't actually look at the movie. You're just listening to it. Yeah, because that's the kind of movie this is. It's a streaming service movie.
Yeah.
What do you say? You're watching it on Amazon Prime. You're telling me you're watching Amazon Prime movies for like hardcore cinema, for like actual real cinema. This isn't fucking Roma, bro. Like.
This is not Roma. That is true.
Like Wallace
Roma
and
is spelled
Gromit
different.
is more cinema than You're Cordially Invited. And yes, that is an insult that You're Cordially Invited.
Yeah, boy.
Wallace and Gromit.
Thank you, Wallace and Gromit. You're
You're
fine, Wallace and Gromit. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
Give it like a 5.
We love you.
I was surprised that I wasn't hating it as I was watching it because I was fully ready to be like, ugh. Yeah, just felt nothing.
Just felt nothing.
A lot of fucking nothing.
I feel nothing.
All right, yeah, we can move on from there to Dogman. And Dogman is the newest DreamWorks animated movie. Dogman is a weird one because it's...
Yeah.
Okay, this is the only way I can rationalize it. Did you watch the Captain Underpants movie? Okay.
I did.
The Captain Underpants movie is just fine. But it does somehow get an 80-minute movie out of there. Like, it's a weird one. It has a lot of problems, and it's very kiddie. But it has like a somewhat of a pace to it. Like, you can kind of see the structure of the movie and where it's trying to go. Dogman doesn't have that.
Dogman charming
is clear because it's based off of another book from the same writer who does Captain Underpants. But those books don't really have a story, as far as I know. They're more so just kind of collections of jokes.
I mean, it's like in the story, quote unquote. So it's kids doing random shit. That's basically the book.
The two kids from the Captain Underpants books, right? That's never really acknowledged at all in the movie. That doesn't really come up at all.
No.
But you kind of watching it with like in the background, going like, "Damn, what the fuck were these two kids dealing with at that time?" Because there's a plot in this movie about like neglectful parents and like nihilism, and I'm like, that is what the cat is. That's what the cat is dealing with.
So what the cat is? Is the parent with the kid
played by Pete Davidson. But yeah. So what I was trying to say is that Dogman is a super scatterbrained movie that takes a very long time to find its plot and its story. And when it does find it about halfway through the movie, uh, that's when I was starting to actually enjoy it. But for that first like 45 minutes to like, yeah, about 45 minutes, it it was a bit rough. I'm not gonna lie, because the jokes weren't particularly hitting. Um, the script is scatterbrained, so they're not locking down one thing. It's just a series of jokes that just keep going. Um, and it just wasn't super amusing because
I
every time
find
they
you very
tried to
amusing.
maybe get to a story, I was like, oh, okay, cool. What are we doing now? And then it just moved right on to the next joke. And I was like, okay, whatever. Once the movie really starts getting into the story, which is with the cat played by Pete Davidson, once it really starts going into that, that's when the movie really kicked up, and I started starting to enjoy it. Um, and the humor, the heart to it, especially towards the end, is it really works. And the animation is obviously gorgeous from DreamWorks. They did a great job with this one. Uh, yeah, it's a fun movie.
We
Not
can
even
count on them
close
for
to one
that.
of their best. And
Usually,
considering the last movie I saw of theirs was The Wild Robot, a little bit disappointing. At least at this point, I'd seen The Wild Robot.
that's what fucking DreamWorks does now. They make a banger and then they just
Yeah,
go back to mediocrity.
it's constant.
It's constant. I don't know. Puss in Boots and then they did the like, Teenage Kraken,
Oh, you said
and then
Teenage
What Robot, and
Kraken.
now
I said
this is like
Teenage
whatever, man.
Dragon. I was like, Jake Long?
I,
Yeah, Teenage
I
Kraken.
at first, and then I
But
went
yeah.
Kraken. My bad.
Yeah. But
Hey,
yeah, no.
Teenage
Because of that,
Iris is a
I'd give the
fucking
movie like a
banger.
6. I
Also,
still enjoyed it, but it's a 6. It's a mid ass movie by yeah by all
it's a mad ass
accounts.
movie.
Very unimpressed. All
Not
right,
impressed.
moving on from Dogman, we can go to Heart Eyes. Uh, this is a movie you wanted to see this, right? But you
Ah,
haven't yet.
yeah. This is like what I'm interested in
No,
because it's like some people who made
no,
Thanksgiving, right? No,
very very different people. So this comes to us
okay,
from the writer of this is
very
Christopher
different people.
Landon, who wrote the Happy Death Day movies and Freaky, which is a movie that I remember you telling me was pretty all right. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
yeah. I
film
liked
itself is
Freaky. Freaky was
directed by
fun.
Josh Rubin,
It's weird.
who directed the video game adaptation of Werewolves Within. Werewolves Within.
Of what?
It's some Ubisoft game. I don't know,
Video game in it.
but most notably, he is known for his comedy work, where he's on like the Dropout channel and with College Humor. And he was known for really working with them for a long time.
No.
Still works with them. This is not his first movie, but this is like his biggest movie and his first like real studio movie. And Heart Eyes is a tongue-in-cheek rom-com horror slasher scream like. I quite liked it. I quite liked it a lot. I quite liked it a lot.
It's a lot of things,
I
huh?
liked it a lot.
I liked it a
And
lot,
which is
a
funny
lot.
because this is not a very well received movie, but I really fucking liked it. I thought it was very funny. The rom com aspects, I think, is the stuff that works the most because mm-hmm. Yeah, the rom com
This movie
element,
has
like if the horror
romance.
stuff wasn't there, like the slasher elements, like it actually would have been a pretty decent rom com or more like a tongue in cheek satirization. Essentially, Hard Eyes is the kind of rom com that the people who didn't like Materialists wanted. And I was the yeah, damn it,
Which movie?
Hard Eyes is the kind of rom com that the people who didn't like Materialists wanted. But it does. We'll get to Materialists later.
I must say something.
You know, Hard Eyes is a pretty fun movie. It's not as smart as it thinks it is, because the slasher whodunit stuff is whatever. But you know, I kind of look at it
You
as
gotta
like,
go
you're
out
not
and
that
say
guy, but
you're
you
not
know
that guy,
what?
Paul. Trust
The
me.
movie's
To the
genuinely
movie.
funny. The romance actually works. and it also has some pretty gnarly kills and violence. So if that's what you want, if that's what you're there for, you're gonna get your money's worth. Um, yeah, no, I was surprised when I walked out. I was like, oh, I really liked that. Like I had a good time. I had a very fun time with that.
Oh yeah, that was
I super
damn.
recommend
That
it.
was
I think
cool.
it's on Netflix
Shit.
now. Definitely check it out if you really want to. It's a really fun time. I gave it a
Yeah,
7 out of 10.
I'll check it out. You know, because
Yep.
7 out of 10.
Yeah. And
That's good.
moving on
Fun
from
time.
there, we're going to Bring Them Down, which is a movie you've definitely never heard of.
Never.
Yeah.
Unless you
So,
told, except when you
Bring
told
Them
me about it.
Down is a film from a first-time director, actually. So this is first-time director Christopher Andrews.
First
He
time.
directed this. I was interested in the film just based off of the two lead actors, Christopher Abbott and Barry Keoghan. The film is essentially about an ongoing rivalry between two farmers that escalates very, very quickly and triggers a chain of events that become increasingly drastic and violent and unnecessary. Because this film is essentially just a way of describing the pointless nature of pointless nature of violence and the cycle of violence that can happen between in family through generational stuff. And also how someone reacts when they don't properly deal with their trauma. Yeah.
Like a thriller
Yeah.
movie, right?
No.
It's got
No.
some action in
No,
it.
this is the no.
No.
There's action in the sense that people sometimes fight and guns are shot, but it's not in.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I mean like action, like crazy ass Hollywood ass movie. I mean like,
And not. I
you
wouldn't
know,
even
like
say like that.
people get down to
It's
it,
way
but
more
you know,
stripped
it's
down
not
than that.
nice.
Yeah, but I would not say like
It's
this movie
greedy.
has action. I would say this movie just has violence. Yeah. What really
Yeah,
I think makes
violence.
this work. This is one of those things where like the script is pretty good, the direction is where it's lacking. Yeah, the direction isn't
Oh, the
bad, but I
direction.
think if the filmmaking was a little more heightened, I think if because this director's clearly good and he's obviously a good writer, but I think if he was not necessarily more confident, but a little more daring to kind of go the extra mile a little bit with his direction to really like because there's one shot in this movie that I was like, perfect, that sums it up excellently. I was like, if he did more of that, I'll say it, it's the final shot of the movie. If he does more of that, if he did more of that throughout the rest of this movie, I think that would have helped alleviate how slow this movie feels. And yeah, I think it's the inexperience.
You
But
think
as
this
a
is the
first timer,
inexperience showing?
um, this is a good first attempt.
Not bad, not bad.
Because his script is really solid. I think his ideas and what he's trying to say with the story, very concise, very clear. I understood what he was trying to say, and I thought it came out well. Not great, but well. The direction is where the movie kind of suffers. I think this is a movie, personally, if you did watch it, I think you would enjoy it a lot more than I did. Because you're more of a person that
Maybe.
values solid screenplay over solid production. So I think you would appreciate Bring Them Down more.
I I probably would. The production
And it's
can't
not that
totally hurt it. If
the
I see a
production
weird
is
shot or something,
bad.
I'll be like,
It's just
"Hey,
not. It's not. It's not. I wouldn't even say. I wouldn't even say it's amateurish.
amateurish for
In no
its
way. I would just say it's just
content."
not as heightened. It's not as spicy. It's not hitting the way it should where the script and the dialogue is hitting. Like what the movie's trying to say is hitting well, and I
Right.
understand it, but like the filmmaking itself for me just wasn't hitting the way that I thought it should. But I would say that the thing that's holding it up in that way is the cinematography. The film is very drab, overcast, gray skies, and I think that helps set the tone in. But other than that, the film just kind of is a little slow and just doesn't. The filmmaking's plain. It's plain. There's no seasoning in the filmmaking.
Plain.
Yeah, no sauce. Yeah.
No sauce. Sauceless.
A
It's
little
a
more
Marvel movie.
saucy than a Marvel movie, but
In sauce.
mostly just because that most. Yeah, I'm not gonna be
Okay.
that mean. It actually looks
At
good.
least, yeah, we can't be that mean.
I can't say that about Thunderbolts. I can make all these jokes all I want, but I can't say that about Thunderbolts, which will not come up in this video. But yeah, no, I think the two main actors
No, I haven't
are
seen it.
great. They're
Oops.
really holding up this movie, particularly Christopher Abbott. But yeah, I thought it was a good movie, but not great. I gave it a 7 out of 10. I would recommend it. Would recommend.
So, would recommend.
You need more movies.
May check
All
out
right.
because
Moving on from that, we have
I do.
The Witcher: Sirens
That's
of
true.
the Deep. Yeah, sure is, because I sure as fuck didn't watch this.
Alright, so this is all me then. Okay. Right. So, if you are a Witcher fan, do not watch this movie.
Is this
If you are not a
the
Witcher fan,
show, or
do
is
not
it
watch this movie.
games
Sucks.
books? Okay.
This show, because as you can see here, Geralt here, he's definitely got the Henry Cavill look more than he has the usual Geralt look. It's a little heavier. Like I'm pretty sure Henry Cavill was gonna voice him, but they got the game actor instead. He does a good job because he's Geralt and whatnot. But yeah, if you are a fan of those, the game or whatnot, do not watch this movie. This movie sucks. It is garbage as an animation. As a piece of animation, as a movie, and as a piece of like Witcher like content. I do not like it. I think it meanders a lot. I think its message or whatever it's trying to tell is done so poorly with the story that's being told. The characters are ridiculous, except maybe three characters in the entirety of the movie. The the political sides of the story being told are so amateurish and so badly made that it made me wonder which person who like I don't know writes for The Witcher said, because for The Witcher you have a whole lot of lore and like stories and like world building that will like just help you, give you that boost you need to like really build the world here and like the stories and like the political analysis and the world building. But those games, the games, the book, probably maybe the show, they do a good enough job to really tell you what it's all about. And as much as this one tries to do that, it does it so poorly and so like with a child's understanding of it all. It's ridiculous. I don't know if the sirens, the big creatures of this movie, are a thing that were already introduced. I don't know. Mostly in the games, the water-based creatures that I fight are like fish people, and I kill them. They drive mutagens for me, and they're pretty cool. But yeah, they don't talk. But this has these mermaid people basically, and they're like at a struggle between the people in this town or kingdom, dare I say, very small place. With yeah, they're having issues with like the resources underwater and like how the people hunt stuff done there, and the pearls that also feed the people and whatnot is it's like a struggle. But the thing to mend them together is the princess of the water place and the the prince of the kingdom. You see, they're in love, but they don't understand each other. But love connects them. All they do is fuck. This is stated very widely by the princess, who goes because they have an argument. They have an argument due to some crazy mispronunciation from Geralt's friend that he meets in here, who he also likes, having a misunderstanding. After that, you know what he says to him. I liked it better when we fucked, and then she leaves. So they don't communicate at all. They don't understand each other at all. They just fucked, and they loved each other. That was the crux of the movie, the plot, and like the inciting incident of the whole fucking movie, basically. So, anyways, he just into a siren also, and then he ends up with her in the end.
That tell
Oops,
me the whole movie.
screw it. Oh, I won't. I'm just stupid. Like that part right there made me go like, well then what the fuck? How do we start like this? Um, animation's fine. Honestly, it's feels a lot. Feels like the movie was made in a very cheap budget, even compared to the last movie that they made it that was animated.
The
Fuck, what's it
studio
called?
near.
Nightmare of the Wolf, I think it was called. That was like a prequel. Yeah,
Apparently
yeah,
that
yeah.
movie's alright.
I saw that movie like after this one. It's fine. But the animation in the movie is so much. It's like fucking light years ahead of whatever was in here. I don't know. It's like a movie you'll find playing in like a Disney XD exclusive. Well, minus the gore and the sex and the swearing. Minus that, the quality of that felt like something you would
I'm
find
looking at it
there,
and
like animation wise, because
it's
it
looking
felt
like
cheap. The movie.
a less interesting Legend of Vox Machina. Like the animation looks worse than Legend of Vox Machina.
You know what? Kind of. Yeah, yeah. I know. Just the animation wasn't. It was clearly lacking, and it had
Mm-hmm.
the JPEGs there and some CG creatures, CG humans too. So yeah, it's not one you can appreciate for the animation. It's not bad. It's just like fuck, you know, Netflix money. Where did I go? It tries to make some tie-ins into the show. Uh, I saw some of the show, I didn't like it, so there goes that piece of investment. And feels a little stranger because that show is like in fucking shambles related to production and everything. So it was like, what was going to happen there? Uh, but yeah, nah, didn't like it. I didn't like it. It's particularly in a point in a there's like a part where this is like a slight tangent that made me like upset. There's this bastard prince, the brother of the actual prince who's in love with the mermaid. He he's like made out to be like the you know the surprise twist not villain. It's actually someone else. Um, turns out to be a pretty cool guy in the movie, but the movie didn't like him. It killed him horribly and they forgot about him. I'm like, what the fuck? You were just getting interesting. This felt so spiteful. What's wrong with you? Uh, yeah. Nah, I don't like it. It's bad. Give it a 3 or something. It was kind of funny. Like had a girl character in there. Her actress was kind of bad.
Hmm.
She spoke funny.
All right. From there, we go to the Gorge. So the Gorge
What is this movie?
is the newest film from director Scott Derrickson, who directed Doctor Strange, Sinister, and The Black Phone. Yep, and this is very different from him.
That's him? Oh
This
my
is
god.
a romantic action horror movie. And horror is pretty much in his wheelhouse, but
Horror?
no,
Is
it's
it
more of like a sci-fi
scary?
romance thriller. Essentially, the plot is that so Anya Taylor Joy and Miles Teller, they play two snipers, best in the world, best at what they do. And ever since the 80s, there's been this gorge that exists in some unknown country. No one who goes to it can know exactly where it is. or have any communication to it. All they know is that there's something really bad in the gorge itself. On both sides, there are 2 towers. Both towers are fully equipped to let the people that reside in it survive for an entire year. Your job when you go there, just watch what happens in the gorge for a year. You are equipped with weapons and all sorts of munitions to deal with the problem. You are not allowed to communicate with the person across from you, nor are you allowed to communicate with the people outside, and you are not allowed to know the location of where you're at. So when they take you up on the plane to get you there, they have to blindfold you, because you're not supposed to know where it is. That's completely sanctioned between the countries that it resides in, which I believe
Very nice.
the U.S. and Russia, I believe. Yeah.
I had a feeling, because I told her
she is putting on a Russian accent in this movie.
Yeah. She does that because she played Magic. That's why I'm like, hey, you know what?
Yeah,
Makes
so
sense.
They're like 2 very, very different snipers. Miles Teller is very reserved. I would say a bit emotionless. While Anya Taylor-Joy is a little more spunky, a little more fun-loving. And when they're on this tower, at first they're like they just don't really acknowledge each other's existence. Eventually, they start trying to communicate with each other, and that builds into a romance between them. That's the first half of this movie. The second half of this movie is a science fiction horror movie where they try to solve a mystery of some kind. It's very boring. Where I really enjoyed this movie was in its first half, when it was just being like a kind of a fun little romance movie. And even though the script was very wonky and very iffy the whole time, when it becomes an entirely different movie, I extra lost interest because I no longer really cared about what was happening. I didn't find the whatever mystery they were telling or trying to uncover or try to understand about what's going on in the gorge very interesting. I didn't find much of it compelling, and I didn't really find the characters all that fun, or at least in not the most intriguing characters or plot.
Not the most intriguing plot.
Is the MVP of this movie. She is the single vacuum of charisma or like intense fun that the movie really has, because Miles Teller is... It's so annoying with Miles Teller because I know the man can act, but in so many movies I see him and he comes off as very stilted or like wonky, and it sucks because I've seen Whiplash, I've seen Top Gun Maverick, I've seen this guy fucking act, and he can be really good, but I don't know what it was, but he was so monotone and just stilted this entire movie. Yeah.
Playing the stoic American man. Because Americans are boring, I guess.
Yeah, it ends up making the romance that does build between them almost one-sided in her side, because she's putting all the emotion forward while he's just being stilted and lame.
Yeah. No, ever since my family.
It's not terrible. Actually, the action is pretty good in this movie, because there are like action bits in it that's pretty fun. Derrickson does a lot with the direction there. The creature design is actually pretty interesting and a little bit freaky. Yeah, they're like monsters.
Yeah, they're like monsters, don't they?
Some of the visuals are fun, but the script is just really lame. And it doesn't really do anything interesting, bring anything new to the table. It's just it is what it is. No,
not the most favorable experience.
A very poorly paced movie. It's 2 hours and 7 minutes, and it felt like 3. Yeah.
2 hours and 7 minutes.
For what this movie actually does.
That feels long.
But I don't know. I didn't hate it or anything. I gave it like a 5 out of 10. I just wasn't all that enthused watching it.
I don't know, man. Just have them Mr. and Mrs. Smith
That
the
would have been a more
way
fun
around the
movie.
movie, and then it'll be good.
Yeah. But you know
That's what
what?
I'm
It's
saying.
okay. Anya Taylor-Joy did her best, as she always does. Yeah.
As always,
All right.
he's the goat.
From there,
Jesus,
we
the
will
goat.
go to Captain America: Brave New World. All right.
Fuck. All right, Marvel movie. Oh man. Um,
It's a
but if I
very
just like
it's a
read your
very
entire
long
review and then
review, and
just
you really won't
said
read
the
it.
whole thing, I did read your review. I know. God damn it, man! Your review has to be so fucking
I don't
long.
have the burden of
This movie
having to fully condense
sucks.
my thoughts
I don't know how to.
into like 5 minutes.
Yeah, understandable, relatable. Yeah, this movie sucks, and we should be surprised by this, knowing that the production behind it was a fucking mess. And all those reshoots and shit, and like cutting characters out and people out and actors out and whatnot. It's very much a stitch together by fucking the needles, the little threads that you pull out of your clothes when there's like that one little piece of string hanging out. It's stitched together by that much, it, and it breaks so easily, and it's noticeable, and it's shit. Makes no sense. This movie is a mess of proportions in so many ways, from the characters, from the directing, from the writing, the plot, the villains. It's all just messy, and it's hardly enjoyable, even as like an action movie. It's got like one maybe
I would say
piece
like two.
of like
We'll take
a
two.
cool set piece that doesn't last very long.
And I think we're either, I was gonna say
Okay,
the
yeah,
Red Hulk
two, two,
fight,
two,
and
two, two.
then
You know the Red Hulk fight. Yeah,
the bit in the ocean with the Celestial. I
right.
thought that was I was like, okay,
Yeah,
that's like the one part of the movie where I was like, oh, okay, it
yeah,
perked
yeah.
up for a bit.
You know, I like
Yeah.
The Red Hulk action mostly because of the scale of destruction. Not a fan of the fight because Sam will be fucking dead. But the destruction was
It
you
felt
know,
like that's how the
well
Hulk
founded.
should like
And
that
realized
is
I
what
liked
the
it.
Hulk would do. That is the destruction a Hulk would cause. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. Too bad it was in this movie. You know, I would love a like a fucking, I don't know, Hulk Ultimate Destruction ass movie. Fighting, just destroying shit around. The Hulk and Red Hulk fighting around, destroying shit. You know, that would have been cool. Uh, that's not what we got. Yeah, like you said, the place in the ocean, the sequence in the ocean, that was fun. A little
No,
bit
but it was alright. It
not
was
very
alright. I was like, oh,
creative,
this is kind of interesting. Yeah.
but but
Yeah. The
yeah,
shots
the
and
direction and
the
like
way the music really helped
cinematography
it.
and the
Hmm.
shots, it was pretty
I actually
cool.
do I do like the score in this movie.
Yeah,
I didn't mind it. I thought it was Laura
I don't remember
Kirkman. She did
who did it.
The Marvels, and American Fiction. Yep.
I ain't never heard of this one. Um, it it's a strange movie. It like it feels like an encapsulation of like what Marvel was trying to do with a whole TV show shit. Like, watch this TV show and you might understand what happens in this one, because uh, Sam became
Hmm.
Captain America in the end or something. But then again, there is a chance that people did not see that and just went from Endgame to this, and like they don't know that anything in fucking Winter happened. So that'd be pretty funny.
Hmm.
Only big issue would be Isaiah.
Yeah.
It's like, who the fuck is this guy? Yeah, he's in it. Isaiah. They
There
don't
was an
really do
opportunity to
anything with him.
tell a pretty interesting story with that, but this
You know, if
movie's
you weren't,
toothless. Doesn't really want to say anything. So
there sure was.
yeah.
Yeah, toothless,
And it's
lame,
funny because
nothing
this
to
movie
say.
presents like 15 opportunities to actually say something,
The villain.
and it never takes it once.
Yeah, no, not once. Um, the leader is the main villain of the movie. A Hulk villain is the movie. Is the villain of a Captain America movie, and he sucks. He's bad. His design is bad. Also, he looks like shit. Uh, what else? Yeah, I don't know. Giancarlo Esposito is there. He sure is. Yeah, 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 yeah. His presence in the movie is why? Why was he there? Why did it have to be that actor specifically? You could have done so many other things. It was like a waste of time, honestly. If you want to end the MCU, I think your opportunity is wasted in this movie, and I doubt he's gonna show up in anything else. Unless he's one of the secret chairs and
Shut up.
for Doomsday, you know? More chairs. Let's bring Giancarlo. Um, yeah, no, it's really bad. I'm gonna give it a
Hmm.
3. Yeah, I think. Yeah, that's yeah. It's not. Well, hold on, you know what? You know what? Hold
I was
on.
gonna say
I'm gonna give it no. A 3 is fine, but it's not
no.
the worst. It's not
This
the
isn't.
worst of the
Yeah, this is
MCU.
not the
Like not
newest
by
low.
no, no, no.
Like
People are
I
saying
would
this.
still put this over like Thor: The Dark
No, no, this is
World
not.
and Thor: Love and Thunder and Quantum Mania. Like I would put Incredible Hulk. I would put it over. I'd put it over those movies personally.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this movie is a victim of a lot of the years who still portraying Marvel, but
No,
it
this is
is
not the
not.
new
It is not
low.
the
But in
worst
like even in terms of
of
like
it
the
all.
TV shows, like I would put this way above Secret
No.
Invasion.
Yeah, it's still bad. Do not get us wrong, but
Yeah, it's not the most
it's
abysmal
not.
thing they've done. It's
It's
like
not
more
diarrhea.
like just like, oh, this is just a bad movie. And then that was it. Like that was the reaction we walked out of it going. I think
Yeah.
we walked out of it thinking we were going to be a little more upset than we were. Yeah.
No, you know what? Yeah, it felt normal bad. There's still a few movies that you mentioned that I would definitely put it
That's a
above,
whole other. That's a whole other
but we need to
debate.
get into that. But yeah, it's bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Mm.
Going on from there, we'll go to Paddington in Peru. Genuinely,
Oh,
probably
your
might actually
biggest
be
disappointment of
my
the year
biggest
is it right?
disappointment of the year,
Probably.
and it came out of like fucking nowhere. Um, so I before
Yeah,
this
you were
movie
getting
came
into
out,
the grind
I
of things, right? You were like,
watched the
shit.
Paddington movies for the first time, or I watched Paddington 2 for the first time. Watched Paddington 1 again. Paddington 1, delightful little movie. So much heart, so well directed, so charming. Um, I don't know, just such a good fucking movie. Such a good movie, especially when you're aiming it towards like a younger audience. It's such a good movie for them to like learn acceptance and found family. Great movie. Paddington 2 is excellent. Paddington 2 is the type of sequel that you want every sequel to ever be. It doubles down on the heart and the emotion and the comedy and everything. It's just such a mm, such a great fucking movie. Such a wonderful little movie. It almost got me
It's
to fucking
wonderful.
tear up at the end because it was just such a good story, and it was all leading up to this certain moment, and I was like, it's all hitting. It has a really fun villain in Hugh Grant, delivering a genuine Oscar-worthy performance that he was, fun fact, nominated for an Oscar for. Hugh Grant was nominated for Best Supporting Actor for
That's
Paddington
great.
fucking 2. Yep, look that shit up. If I'm
I
wrong,
didn't
then
know
I just
that.
implanted a memory in my head, but that shit happened, I swear to
But
you. Paddington
probably
2
because
is
Paddington
also
2 is
fucking
fucking
excellent. You
old.
should watch Paddington 2. Um,
It was like it is.
yeah, you should definitely watch Paddington 1
But
first,
I
but
gotta watch
Paddington
Paddington
1 is
1
also
first.
really good.
So I'm gonna
Point
get
being,
back on that.
I saw Paddington 2, or sorry, Paddington in Peru, and Paddington in Peru uh, lost all of the heart, lost the really fun humor, and it lost the charm, and instead leaned into childish slapstick and childish storytelling, and it doesn't really have the same energy or heart that the first two movies had. And I'm very much in the minority on this one. Most people are like Paddington in Peru's all right. It's not bad. I think this movie's pretty bad. Yeah, it just wasn't working for
Damn.
me at all. I was watching it going like, this just isn't as charming or fun as the first two movie. No, 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 no.
Same director, right? Same
Um,
people.
so I guess it's
Oh,
from the producer of the first two movies, but he didn't. None of the writers on this movie wrote the first two movies. So this is pretty much new people. The director of the first movie, or the first two movies, Paul King, he couldn't do Paddington in Peru because he was doing Wonka for Warner Brothers. So he couldn't do Paddington in Peru. So they got different people, and they are clearly not the same people that made the first two movies because they're just it just doesn't have the same. It's just not the same. I think the secret sauce on Paddington is Paul King and his writers that he had for those two movies, uh, who clearly understood what
it
those movies way more than he did than the people who did this one.
the new see when I look at this and I see Paddington in
Honestly,
Peru,
yeah,
it feels like a straight to DVD
yeah,
title.
yeah.
Feels like it's going straight
This
to
is one
DVD.
of the
Like
three.
we got new people like who didn't work on the first ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's like Aladdin 2, Lion King 2,
Hmm. Yeah.
Atlantis 2. That shit.
It's
Like
not.
man,
This movie's not all bad.
Lilo and
Like
Stitch
there are good
2.
things about it. I think the direction's
Fuck.
really good. And this movie has a really fun Antonio Banderas, adding to the weird 2025 consistency where actors playing two roles. Yeah, it's a weird thing that's been happening
Two
this
roles at
year. This is
once.
just another movie that add to that weird string of things that have happened. Yeah, yeah. No, Paddington proves not a very good movie to me. I thought it was just really unfortunate. I gave it like a four. I don't know. Just really did not like this movie at all.
Dang.
Yeah, it made me sad because like, oh, the first movies were so good, and yeah,
You were just
oh,
getting to like,
good.
oh
Finish
man, this is
Paddington in
amazing.
two,
This
and
is,
it's
I
like, oh, I
can't.
can't wait
Oh,
for Paddington in Peru. That could be really
dang
good,
it.
and it wasn't. Yeah. All right.
Fuck. How does it feel to see your
Well,
favorite
I
just
guess
die
you
in
just call that getting
flames?
over. All right. Moving on from that to
It feels great.
Black Bag. All right. Neither of us covered this, so this is a co-op.
Oh my. This is a co-op. All right, thank God. Okay, good. Co-op. Co-op
You
time.
go first, though.
Nigga, fuck. Yeah, I really enjoyed Black Bag. I went into it not really knowing what to expect other than a relatively competent spy espionage movie. I ended up a little more than that. Um, it almost feels like a slice of life in the perspective of spies, and it's pretty interesting, honestly. With the plot tying around to it with some pretty you know pretty well told plot with a lot of tightness around it. And the characters themselves, mainly just two people here being like the most interesting out of the bunch. Not to say like everyone here doesn't have something to attach yourself to when watching it, but it really is about Michael Fassbender and Kate Blanchett. Yeah, it's really about them two that really make the movie like the most interesting because it's a spy couple. And, you see that what would it be like to see a spy couple who very much love each other but are so committed to this the secrecy of their work that they have to refer to something as black bag. Can't talk about it, sorry, but hey, I love you. um and yeah, the it's a tense movie too because it's about a conspiracy around who could be the traitor to the organization and the country
Yeah.
itself, right?
There is some type of thing that could
Yeah,
cause damage to the world, but it doesn't seem to be as important as just uh, the foundational like mistrust and
really just a
dishonesty
drama.
that's been going around, because everyone in this movie is a lying, deceitful, untrustworthy person, because they're all spies. That's what they do for a living, is they lie.
Yeah,
and and it's basically
yeah,
just a
they're
movie
spies,
about
they
like,
lie,
okay,
they deceive, they manipulate.
how do we deal with it? What extents are we going to go to understand, like, to have actual honesty, to have real truth, and to understand what's going on? Yeah, no, this honestly, this is a rare thing that anyone can say. I think this movie's too short. It's what, like an hour and a half.
I agree.
It gets in, gets out, does what it needs to do, and doesn't
Yeah,
waste your time. But I was like, oh, I could have watched a little. I think they could have gone a little more into it. Yeah, because I think,
could have watched a little more for sure, especially with
yeah,
what a lot of these other people here who could definitely have used more to them.
yeah.
But
I
I
also
like what I
think
saw from them,
I don't know
but
if this
I
makes
would
sense
like
to you, but I
more.
think this movie's too light. I don't think this movie is as
Too light
heavy
on.
tonally as it should have been. This movie's very not like lighthearted and it's all jokes.
Oh
Like, it's a movie
yeah,
that it doesn't act like this is the most serious thing in the world. And I think for the type of plot that this
right.
is, and if I remember correctly, how dire the situation was, I think the movie could have taken itself a little more seriously. Yeah,
I
like
can
a
get that.
couple
It does
times.
get
Yeah,
to that point a few times, in the movie, particularly yeah, particularly at the end.
yeah.
But that's just over quickly
And this
also.
is
So
not
it's
a
like,
classically good movie. It's yeah, the script is tight, and this is the kind of movie that you know you David Soderbergh talked about. He's like, this is the kind of movie that he made his career on. You know, just very small, tight movies are only an hour and a half, and do what they do, and yeah,
yeah,
it's a good fucking
and it's
movie. It's a very good
and
movie.
and, it, and it's nice
You said
and
this
it's nice
stuff.
seeing Michael Fassbender in a movie. It's nice. Of course I did because he's great in that movie, and the movie's great, and he should be in more movies because he's a great actor.
Well, just hope Kung Fury 2 comes out.
And
You should do that.
I've never seen Kung Fury 1.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
yeah. Kung Fury 1 is a fun
that
fucking
shit was on
movie.
Netflix for a while.
Yeah, it's
All
very
right,
silly, but you know
maybe we'll
what?
one day.
Who cares?
It looks
Well,
very
he's in
silly. I'm
Kung Fury
surprised
2.
Michael Fassbender is in it.
So isn't Arnold Schwarzenegger? Yeah.
What? What the fuck? Oh my god! I guess I really do
Oh,
gotta see
sorry, it's
these
not Kung
movies.
Fury 2. It's just called Kung. Oh no, it is Kung Fury 2. Yeah. So the movie never. Kung Fury 2 has not come out. It's been stuck in a limbo. Whoever owns it just hasn't released it, and it very well may never see a release. But like, I think it was like 15 minutes of footage got leaked, and a lot of it had Michael Fassbender in it, and everybody who saw it was like, Michael Fassbender is fucking awesome in it, because he's playing like a cheesy 80s cop. Like, there's a shot where like he shoots a typewriter to type
Yeah.
out "I'm back" or something like that. Yeah, and he's got like long hair, like a fucking thick mustache. Yeah. Yes,
Does it got a mullet?
yes, he does. But
Oh, that's
yeah,
amazing.
and
Shit.
like Arnold Schwarzenegger is the mayor or something. Or sorry, he's playing the president. Yep, which is really funny. But yeah,
Precedent.
Black Bag is a
That is very
good
fun.
movie. Honestly, it's, yeah, very very high recommend.
Yeah, pretty movie.
A lot
Recommend.
better than Presence, who David Sandberg direct. David Sandberg, sorry. David Soderbergh directed, and David Koepp wrote. Oh, sorry, I've been saying
You know what? I
Soderbergh's
haven't
name wrong.
seen it,
It's
but
not
I think I
David
agree
Soderbergh, it's
already.
Steven Soderbergh. I am so sorry. I thought it was David. That's
Steven
on me.
Soderbergh.
It's Steven
David.
Soderbergh. David Koepp is the writer.
You know what? It. I didn't correct you, so my bad too. But what would I? Because who the fuck are these? Because who the fuck are these
Well,
people?
I do. I do. I remember these people.
Who the fuck are they?
Yeah. I don't know. Is there, really,
Not this time.
is there anything else we can say? I mean,
You
it's
forgot.
a
You
good
fake
fucking
fan.
movie. I don't really know what to say, I guess. Yeah.
Super
It's a quick
cool, and
movie.
I can't wait to watch it again.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really interesting. It's
It's quick.
very
It goes
relaxing.
by quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. The score's really good too.
Yeah.
I don't even notice. I was like yamming to it.
It's
Like
a
what the
good movie,
fuck?
man. Yeah.
Just go, man.
Yeah. I think he got it
Sam,
right.
just go watch it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn.
All right.
I'm glad I came out in the
Yeah, I
theater
saw
where I
it.
can watch it, and not fucking a million miles away.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
good for you. Oh, dude, just ever for I almost saw the
Oh, The Amateur. Yeah, that's on.
the
Is that
Rami
on Hulu
Malek
right
one,
now, or is
the
that
amateur.
on?
Yeah, yeah, I almost saw. eh, I don't know where it is, but like when it came to a decision between watching this or the amateur, I
That's
chose
weird
this. I'm
because this
glad
movie
I
came
did.
out in February and The Amateur came out in April.
Oh wait, shit, no.
Same
Oh, I think
difference.
that was Warfare. My bad.
Black Bag
No, they came out around the
came
same
out
time.
like
Well, they were like around or out
earlier
around the
in
same time. That's what I mean.
Warfare. Oh,
No, Warfare
oh, I
and
chose
the
both.
amateur. I mean, yeah.
uh, yeah. All right, we can move on
Damn.
from Black Bag to the Electric State. Oh fuck. Yeah.
The electric shit.
Um, don't.
I haven't seen this.
It'll give you just one more reason to really dislike the Russo brothers. Uh,
The Russos.
yeah, like you needed another.
Like I need it more, you know. Well, shit. If they make Extraction 3 again, or producer, or whatever it is,
Yeah,
I'll
this
forgive them.
movie proves without a shadow of a doubt that not only are they washed, but they might be frauds.
It might be frauds.
I
Yeah.
think I listened to I wasn't listening to the podcast. I saw a TikTok clip of their pod. You know, new rock stars, the guys who do like the every Easter egg you missed in a movie videos. Okay.
I'm not sure,
Well,
but
they have a podcast, and they were
it's a
talking
podcast.
about
Yeah.
some news that came out where James Gunn's. He didn't name names, but he was talking, and he was like, "Yeah, there was some pretty lazy filmmakers that I knew at when I was working at Marvel." He didn't name names, but essentially, the clip that I watched was them trying to figure out who he could have been talking about, and they came to the conclusion that it might have been the Russos because apparently from one of like their VFX supervisors or something, they stated that when they were working on those movies that they did, so the Winter Soldier, Civil War, and the two Avengers movies they did, oftentimes they'll just refer back to VFX to the previs, and they kind of leave everything up. Not everything, but they leave a bit up to the VFX guys and to the stunt team to kind of figure out. They don't really design the action. They don't really
Fucking
design
hell.
some of the big fights or the effects. They just kind of direct the actors and direct some of the shots, and then they kind of leave everything else to the other people. Yeah,
We'll
well,
leave it to the stunt
they're very much
to the
they
VFX
trust every
artists, the support
department
VFX
they work
artists.
with filmmakers. They trust the departments to do their jobs, and then it can kind of help create a project. Which, fine, yeah, filmmaking is a collaborative art form.
Right.
You know, everybody needs to be doing their part. That also means the directors. They need to have a vision and a story they want to tell and know how they want to tell it, and they can communicate that to the various departments, which I'm assuming they can do. They've turned out some pretty successful and some good
They're the
stuff.
captain of the ship.
But that was a long time ago.
Long time now.
And the Electric State is just the most recent of their incredibly notable failures. The the Gray Man was
One of the
better
most
than
gray
this,
men, right?
but yeah, it had fine action.
That one had good action, right?
That movie just has no
Was it?
personality. The Electric State also has
No.
no personality, and it's unfortunate because this is based off of a novel that was essentially like a bunch of paragraphs. Essentially, the writer of the novel is actually an artist, so he created a bunch of these drawings and these paintings of a world that he envisioned, and then he wrote a story around it. And I looked a little bit at the book. The paintings are haunting. They're gorgeous. Almost, yeah, it's like a post.
It's like a fucking horror movie, or like a horror story,
but without any actual apocalypse. It's a very postmodern society, and I believe it has the same kind of general hook. Like if, what if the robots kind of took over or something like that. I don't quite know I kind of forgot all about this movie after I watched it. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. No, because I was the book and the
I thought they were talking about the book there for a second.
Premise, but the biggest issues of this movie is that I think the vision that the Russos wanted to have was they wanted to make a Spielberg-esque classic adventure romp with rousing music, quippy humor, and and fun needle drops with a little bit of heart and a little bit of emotion and a general lightheartedness and feel to it. It feels like they were trying to make their own version of the Goonies a little bit. I don't think that's the most apt comparison, but the kind of vibe that it seems like they were going for.
Everyone wants to be Spielberg, but nobody wants to be old Spielberg. But they do want to be old Spielberg, but they end up being new Spielberg.
Yeah, this film is light, fun, and quippy.
Stop trying to be Spielberg.
Big action set pieces, so many 90s references and jokes with the music and such, and this movie's really, really bad. Yeah, I don't want to go into like a full rant on
I love the 90s.
I could, but essentially the basic issues that I have is that the film is very hollow, and it's very ill-explained and just lacking in any kind of actual depth or full exploration of any of its ideas. The world isn't really explored. Things aren't really explained that well. The action is not good, which is weird. For a Russo's movie.
For a Russo's movie.
The movie looks boring. It is boring. The actual story that they were trying to tell only comes in the last 10 minutes, and it's worthless. It doesn't really... It just doesn't work.
I don't know. Do you think this might have been it's just a paycheck, Netflix paycheck? Let's like, hey, we gotta get something from Netflix. Just make this whatever. This movie's expensive. It's like one of the most expensive movies of all time, right?
I think the biggest problem is the actual emotional core of the story they were trying to tell, because it comes in really late, and nowhere in the actual story was it set up that this was what it's going to be, that the point of the story was what it was going to be about. Nowhere at any point in this movie before the final 10 minutes is it in any way alluded to that this movie is a story about letting go. Letting go.
Story of a legacy, you said? Oh, letting
Because
go.
the movie presents
It's like Topic of Maverick.
a
Did
difficult
it?
choice for our protagonist, played by Millie Bobby Brown, to make. And the biggest crime is that that choice that she makes feels obligatory instead of a hard emotional choice. It's just a choice that she makes.
That's
It
just
doesn't
fair.
feel, emotionally heart-wrenching or difficult, because we didn't really get any of that set up beforehand, that this is what the movie was really about.
Mm.
The movie's just generally very flimsy. Um, there's glimmers in there every once in a while of what this movie could have been. It could have made for a very unique and haunting, but also very thrilling and poignant science fiction movie that also could have been fun and a little more jovial, and could have been the type of movie Spielberg would have made in the 80s or 90s or even early 2000s, for fuck's sake. Like, if that was the vibe, they missed the vibe.
So there is some.
Yeah, there's something
So like
there
there is
deep at its
something there.
core that I think could have worked, and I think that's because of the novel. It's not anything that the Russos or the writers Marcus and McFeely, who they constantly work with, brought out in there. It's just a fairly mundane and standard movie that you watch on Netflix, for fuck's sake. But pretty bad and really
But really bad and
expensive.
really expensive.
Uh, I'll leave it at that. With to run, without running the risk of going on about this movie forever. Um, yeah, I've already been going on
Oh
for
no, you
way
would
too
want that.
long, so I'll kind of end it there. I gave it a 3 out of 10.
Oh, who can blame you?
Yep, a 3. 2 hours and
Stinky
five
movie.
minutes.
I'll never watch it. How long is it?
Yeah. I
Fuck
mean, the
me.
most poignant thing I can say about it is that Kojima said he was gonna he said he was watching it and then didn't talk about it. He just didn't say anything about it. He said he was gonna watch it. Yeah, Kojima.
They
Kojima
killed
has
Kojima and
issues.
they replaced him.
That's, you fucked up. If he can't
Yeah, that's
if
the
he
same.
can't even say that he saw
Uh,
the movie,
literally, Kojima died watching the movie, and
like,
then probably
yeah,
probably the
I thought
meanest
the
thing
movie said he could say
Kojima
the
could say
movie
about
was
your
that he
movie.
saw it.
And trust me, no, listen, trust me. Kojima doesn't say anything. He doesn't at least say anything when he talks.
Move on from that to The Day the Earth Blew Up, a Looney Tunes movie. So, yeah, that's Petunia Pig.
Is that a woman piggy? What the fuck?
You don't know about Petunia Pig, bro?
God, never seen her. I don't think I
Okay,
do. I know about Lola
keep it
Bunny.
real.
Well,
Keep it real.
never heard of Petunia Pig. How come she wasn't in the Looney Tunes show? Huh? I'm keeping my pants. Just saying. How come she wasn't in the Looney Tunes show?
But
We had dumbass Lola Bunny and Daffy's girl. I don't know her name. The show was cool. They should bring it
um,
back or something.
yeah, The Day the Earth Blew Up is a movie about Porky and Daffy Duck. Uh, yep, it's about them. So the movie actually
Fuck you,
starts like
Bugs.
telling you their story and how they grew up together and now they live together in this shit ass house. And they're about to lose their house, so they need to get an actual job. And they work at a bubblegum factory where Petunia Pig works, where she's trying to create the best tasting gum possible. Um, and I guess while they're working there, they discover a secret
We're
alien
gonna be
plot to take over the world through mind control. And now they have to save their town and
Whoa.
possibly save the world from blowing up. And I really liked this movie a lot. Yeah, a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Um, this movie is about as classic Looney Tunes as you can get. Not quite classic Looney Tunes, but like it feels right. The it's a but it's a very loony movie. The jokes are very out there and very wacky. The film is gorgeously animated. It has a lot of really great, just like biting jokes. Um, and what's the best thing about the comedy is that it's motivated by the characters' personalities and not the need for a joke. Their personalities and the way they do things is what motivates all the comedy. So when like a joke happens or Daffy does some dumb shit, it's like, oh yeah, Daffy would just do that. It's not like, oh, we needed a joke here. It's no, Daffy just would do that shit, and that motivates the joke. Yeah, like yeah, that's Daffy.
But
Yep,
yeah,
that's
that's
Porky.
Daffy.
Like, yep, that's what would happen in that situation. Uh, and it's really great. I really like this movie. It's quick. It was only like an hour and 20 minutes. Um, yeah, I don't really have anything else to say, honestly. Like this is a very in and out kind of movie. I really liked it so far. It's one of my favorites of the year. Go watch it. I think it's on
Go
Max now, or it's
watch
gonna be
it.
on Max soon. This movie fucking bombed at the box office, and Warner Brothers disowned the fucking movie. They don't even own it. Yeah, it went to theaters. It bombed.
It
It
was
made
in
like a couple
theaters.
thousand
Damn.
dollars or some shit, maybe a couple million. And that's because it opened in
I
very
had no
small,
idea.
limited
I
run. It
had no
opened
idea it
up
was in
very
theaters.
randomly, got no marketing. It's Warner Brothers completely disowned the movie,
Ah,
so it
well,
went to like
gee.
a different distributor, and yeah,
Well, damn. Gee, I
yeah.
wonder why. I wonder why I bombed.
This movie's real, and it sucks because this movie's really fucking good.
God, how could this be?
Yeah, I gave
Good. I
yeah,
could go for
I gave it a
some Looney
it
Tunes. You
was
know,
it was it was really good. Yeah.
and it is good,
All right, from
and
there
it
we'll
is
move
pretty
on
great.
to Opus. All right, Opus is another Eat the Rich movie. Another weird A24 Eat the
Yeah,
Rich movie. Uh, this
yeah. You tell him,
I'm sick
Pokemon.
of this kind of movie, bro. I'm sick of it. Like fuck the rich. I don't like the rich either. I'm sick of this kind of movie. I'm so sick of it. This
Get new material, bro.
it's a movie that's a whole lot
Make
of
fun of
nothing. So the plot is that there's this incredible songwriter artist played by John Malkovich. He's been gone for 30 years. He has such an crazy following, and then he randomly decides he's gonna make another album, and he wants to show it off to a select number of journalists that he has known over the years, or that he knows of. And one of them is invited, who's played by
John
Adeola
Malkovich
Debary,
exclusive.
and she has not really published
Uh,
anything. She's not even popular at the paper that she works at. No one really likes her. Not even her boyfriend
no one
seems to
likes
like her
her.
that much.
Why is that? That was kind of her role in the bear when she like first showed up. What's up with her and these roles? No one likes her when
She
she shows
goes
up.
anyway, and she's actually trying to do her job while everyone else is kind of just trying to enjoy the getaway because they have to go to get away to the secluded place. You know the drill. Yada yada yada. Some horror shit happens. People probably die. Some violence happens.
You did.
This movie sucks.
Oh, so dramatic.
This is and it's insane because it's a movie from A24, right? This movie takes the type of movie that it is and
Yeah.
commodifies it. This is Target brand eat the rich weird ass movie. This is a completely marketable and digestible movie. It's so gross. I do not like it. I found myself just struggling to even finish it because the twists and turns were so safe and expected. Everything that you think that it could possibly be, it is. No, there are no surprises in this movie at all.
Mm.
Nothing is done with any nuance or depth. Anything it's trying to say is moot because, and it's interesting because this is the kind of movie where I don't think that they just couldn't do it. I think they just didn't want to. I just don't think they wanted to.
They
And
didn't
in
want
the
to.
last couple minutes of the, it's some producer who's
Who's
first time writing and directing. I just don't think he really
so
wanted to
you
go
think
into
they
the
didn't want to do
film.
it?
I think he just kind of wrote a script about some weird ass rich people and had something he maybe wanted to say about celebrity culture and cult culture and like cults, but he says
Nice white
it's old shit.
open did
Like
that shit, man. Come on.
he had nothing to say.
Get
The
new
last couple minutes of the
material.
movie, you kind of get a taste of what they were trying to say, but it cowers out at the end and takes the easy way out. Yeah, it's a competent movie from like a
Yeah,
production
word.
standpoint. It's
No
shot
balls.
well. The acting is all very good. Particularly John Malkovich is a real standout here. But this movie's just so fucking boring and has nothing to do or say. I very much didn't like it. I gave it a 4. I was not entertained. I'm actually quite sick.
You were not
of this kind
entertained.
of movie. Yeah.
Get new
Moving
material.
on from that to A Working Man. I know you haven't seen this movie. I don't know why you haven't.
No.
This is your kind of movie, bro.
Oh, it's just is right up my alley.
Last year, and I'm saying it again about A Working Man. This is your kind of movie.
I mean, what possible is it? The action? Would I be entertained by the action? Is that it?
The action is all right, I guess, but it's just the insanity of the story and how serious it takes itself. It's really funny sometimes. Because this movie insists that it's a serious movie with a real message about human trafficking. It really, you know what? I don't know if you knew this, but human trafficking sucks. It's really bad.
I had an idea, you know.
No shit, Sylvester
I
Stallone. No shit, David Ayer.
had an idea. I just.
The backstory of this movie is that it's a script that was written by Sylvester Stallone back in the 80s.
I mean, you know why?
No one wanted to produce it because they all thought it was terrible, and it just sat in his drawer somewhere for 30 years, and then he brought it back. Even at the time,
even for the time,
and no one wanted to produce it. And they would, yeah, exactly.
They will fuck you.
Back then.
They will fucking make anything back in the day, man.
But 30 years later, he left it in a drawer somewhere. He brings it out. David Ayer looks at it and goes, "I'll make it." And Amazon MGM goes, "Yeah, sure."
This is amazing.
Put Jason Statham in it.
This is amazing.
And there you go. There's literally
this is
a line
that's so amazing.
where someone goes, "He's small potatoes. I'm big potatoes." Yeah.
All right.
This movie sucks.
You tell him, Russian man.
Yes. In the angry video game nerd way.
Yes. But it's fun, right?
No, it's
yes.
It's really bad. David Ayer just kind of relies on the action to make this kind of enjoyable, and he does an okay job at it. But the editing is really weird, and it kind of loses some of that grit and some of that brutality that it has from time to time. But honestly, the action woke me up from the Benadryl that this movie is. Yeah, it's worse than The Beekeeper. Honestly.
No, yeah.
And The Beekeeper's really bad.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, no, I give this 2.5 out of 10. It's a very bad movie. It's entertaining, probably in part because it's so bad, but it's still like a really shit ass movie. It's not good at all.
Do you think that the masterful script that Sylvester did might have been tweaked for this movie?
A bit by just like changing
things or it's just
from like newspapers to computers and smartphones and stuff. maybe. Yeah.
maybe it would have been better back in the day.
Still really bad though. It's terrible. Yeah. Yeah. What I rate
Yeah.
3.5. Yeah. This movie sucks ass.
Rob,
Yeah. All right.
Rob,
From
Rob the
there, we're
peak.
gonna go on to The Woman in the Yard. Yeah.
I almost saw this one. I don't know what almost compelled
It
me to see
wasn't.
it. Yeah, didn't look good. I said,
No shit, right?
oh wow,
Um.
really? Damn. Nah,
What
no
do I
shit.
say about The Woman in the Yard? Um. Honestly, I think this movie would have. Yeah, I wouldn't. I would say this
It's not even a
movie
yard. It's a field.
would have worked a lot better if it was straightforward. Um, this is a metaphor movie. The Woman in the Yard is a metaphor for for the main character's mental illness, and that only comes in the last like 20 minutes because the rest of the movie she's like this physical monstrous force, and then at the end it goes, no, she's really just a metaphorical presence, and I was like, what? So what about when she what about when she like almost killed some kids? What about when she buried a dog? What about when she like
That
broke
was.
stuff and like things were happening? Oh,
Let's see. That was her doing it.
oh,
The
it's her harming her
mentally
kids
ill
and
woman. That
everyone
was her
around her.
doing it. Yeah.
Oh,
That's- Yeah.
oh, you don't see it, but I'm
Wow.
doing a jerk. You don't see it, but I'm doing a jerk off motion.
Get it?
Oh, yeah.
Uh. Oh.
Yeah, I wrote down that when the movie lays it all bare in its last 20 minutes, at that point you're just confused. You're too confused to be scared. And
Too confused.
no,
Before being
the
confused, were
movie
you
is
scared at all? I'm
very well
guessing
made.
not.
The direction, this is from Jean Colette Serra, who got his start in like horror with like Orphan, House of Wax, The Shallows, and then he moved up to like some action stuff with like Nonstop and The Commuter. And he did Black Adam and Carry On. And then he came back to horror with
Ain't that the dude that made so many
he's
that's
made
made
quite a
so
few.
many fucking movies, like a
He
lot of
moved back,
movies.
yeah, but he moved back
Like it's
to horror with The Woman in the Yard, and he's already got a movie lined up right after this. Yeah, yeah. He's doing a remake of
see, that's what I'm saying. He's
Cliffhanger.
like Guy Ritchie.
Yeah, the Sylvester Stallone movie.
Cliffhanger.
Yeah, it's a remake of
What the
that.
fuck?
Um,
Ah,
yeah, this movie it's made very well.
all right.
Danielle Deadweiler as the lead performer is great, and it's occasionally creepy with some cool visuals and some interesting ideas. But the script sucks, and the metaphor that it tries to be at the end is just really bad, and ugh, it just doesn't work at all. I gave it like a 4. Yeah,
Not
not
at all
a good
clever.
4 for it. All right. Yeah. No, no.
Not bad.
I'm sure it'll
Not
be
the worst horror movie you've seen all year, huh?
it might get worse. All
It
right,
might get
moving
worse.
on from that to Death of a Unicorn. All right, so another A24 movie that's mid as
Another A24 movie,
fuck.
right? Oh my god, what happened to A24? They're making so many movies now. Now.
All right, so do you even know what this movie's about?
It's about a unicorn that they find, and then another unicorn comes up and kills a
Yes,
bunch of people.
but it's also
Yeah,
an Eat
that
the
feels
Rich
close. Oh.
movie. So,
Oh, I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! Let me guess. The unicorn is, I think, they exploit that the rich
mm-hmm.
always exploit,
Yes,
and
sir.
then it comes to bite them back. Oh my god!
Bro,
Jesus, wow,
the
man, that's a
unicorn
novel
blood
idea. I
is the
can't.
cure to
How do they come up with these ideas,
cancer.
man?
That's not a joke.
Oh, of course it's not.
So
That makes sense. Of course they do
unicorns
that.
can like revive people from the dead.
So it's a unicorn's
They
just
also
like
just can't
anti-death.
quite die.
Okay,
They can't really die.
they can't die.
Yeah,
Oh, they're immortal.
yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't quite work as the B movie creature feature that it wants to be, but it also doesn't work as the social satire that it's also trying to be. It's kind of just stuck in this nebulous like two world state that it doesn't know which foot it really wants to plant itself in, and it just ends up being a very mediocre movie altogether. I thought all the unicorns are CG, and as CG creatures, I think they look pretty good. They look pretty convincing. Um,
Well,
I
yeah, Gabe. Of course you're CG. Unicorns actually exist in real life, man. Come on. Where you want to kill me right now, don't you? You want to just go to my house and just snap my neck,
I'm gonna some Bart's
rip my
Bart
throat
Simpson
out,
shit right
and
now.
feed it to your dog?
Just why you little. That is
It's
genuinely pissing
probably the
me
most
off.
annoying thing you ever heard all day.
No, no, no,
I'm sorry,
no
I couldn't
shit.
help it.
Unicorns
It
aren't
was right
real.
there, man. I had to do it.
I know they're not. I
Of
was
course, man. I
meaning
had to
they could have
CGI it.
done
That's
some
it's not
practical
you're
effects. They
gonna
could have
sit
made some
the tech.
fucking some rigs. All right. All right,
What's next?
bro.
You're gonna
Shut
say the
up.
Pegasus are real
Shut
with
up.
the wings, bro. Beyblade isn't real, dude.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
Uh,
sorry. Don't kill me.
Jenna Ortega and Will Poulter are really great in the movie. All the performances are good, but like Jenna Ortega and Will Poulter
That's great.
especially was great in this. Um, a particular issue I have, yeah, a particular issue I have with the
Well,
movie
Portrait being
is
great.
that the violence isn't 100% committed to. Because oftentimes it'll just cut between the
Oh,
violence,
really?
or it's all shot at like night with really dark, moody lighting, and it doesn't. And I think it's because they want to hide the effects. Because this movie probably didn't cost that much to make.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
It does make some of the brutality not hit as hard as it should have, because there is some violent shit that happens in this movie, but just it is rated R. Yeah.
And this is
Um,
rated R, right?
some horns do in fact go through people's bodies and like create like gushy blood soaked holes. Yeah, there is some violence in this movie. Some people get ripped apart. All right, shit
It's
happens.
pretty cool.
Um, also think some of the character work is a little bit cop
Oh, and you're
outish.
rich too. Amazing.
The pace is really dull in the second half of the movie. Um, yeah, this movie just doesn't know which foot to firmly plant itself in, and because of that, it really has a lot of problems. Outside of the other ones that it does have, just that one is the most infuriating one to me. Um, yeah,
You know you
but
want to
the
be.
movie's all right. I guess I gave it a 6. I know a lot of people really don't like this movie. It was kind of a big blunder for A24. It bombed hard, and people didn't like it. But I don't know. I enjoyed it
I
quite a
they
bit.
should be used to that,
Well,
dude.
not quite a bit, but I did enjoy it. I give it like a 6. Yeah, yeah, I thought it was okay. Not not
6.
not not my cup of tea, but
It's okay. Yeah, I didn't have real unicorns, so you know.
better than the Minecraft movie.
Oh man, I'm sorry for making a joke
I
and then
knew
you
it
gave
was
me to this
coming too,
shit
so I was like,
movie.
I
Damn, dude. I'm
almost
sorry.
laughed.
I'm sorry. I thought I'd be.
Fuck you.
You know what? Eat shit, bro. Fuck you.
Oh.
Yeah. No. I'm quoting you. You said, you know, I'm saying you were saying, ah, that was really funny. Here you go. Ah. All right. So
So did
differently.
I.
I saw this movie again, like not too long ago. Um, Yeah. We saw. Say we were there in the same room. We were there. And while watching it, I was there like, man, this is a rare case where even watching it again, it doesn't get better, even with like more people to bounce off of and make fun of the movie. It didn't get better. The experience wasn't any more fun than when I saw it in theaters. Banging a seat next to me, losing my mind over the lines that they were delivering. Jack Black. Um, and it's not any more complicated than the fact that it is a really bad movie. A really bad movie made for a unfortunate generation that consumes media in a very botched way, to put it lightly, kind of. I never really think myself to be too smart for a piece of content. I don't like doing that because it's like, smiling my own farts, thinking way too high and mighty of myself. But this was just a case, or I'm there like just watching people. Admittedly, some of these people are children, but I feel like back in my day, I would have been like, as a child, been like, this is really bad. I don't want to watch this anymore. And I came to a realization where I'm like, am I just too smart for this movie? Not like I'm a smart guy or anything like that. It's just like this just the demographic is like straight up just like 3-year-old mentally like men, big ass grown ass people, adults who are just still 3 years old in the back of their mind. Because yeah, both times movie wasn't hitting. It wasn't funny. Wasn't engaging. It has nothing to actually say, despite what the quote unquote message and theme of the movie might be from the immediate head start. I'm afraid no one likes me. Creative people, autistic people are hated around the world. Boo, I hate it. Something like that, or whatever. There's no character. You know, Jack Black and Jason Momoa are acting very strange and quirky, to the point where you might think they're characters, but not really. They're props. They're mannequins being held around to say one-liners and cheesy lines, and I don't know, they they were like flanderized immediately as the movie began. Say the funny line. Here's a funny line for you. Jack Black, say a funny line. Funny line. Shit like that. Meanwhile, the other two people in the movie are cardboard. They're cardboard that you can draw on, and it can be more personable and enjoyable to engage with than watching them act and mingle their way around this shit looking world. Although, okay, the CG in the movie isn't bad. It's kind of uncanny because of how it tries to fit into like some form of reality. And just like the blocky elements mixed with like the smooth animation and like the smooth textures. It's just, I don't like how it looks. Not at all. Yeah, it's barely a fun movie to make fun out at. Um, what do I know? It made a lot of money, and it took control of the internet and culture for a good bit. A chokehold, a straight up tight grip chokehold that we couldn't escape from.
Chicken jockey.
Gabe, say it with me, chicken. Ah! First, you mine, and Minecraft.
Then
The Minecraft.
Let's Minecraft. I
It's Minecraft.
Steve.
Excuse me, Steve. Excuse me, can I finishing my demonstration?
Ender Pearl. Flint and
Uh,
Steel. Fucking hate Jack Black. Fucking kill him.
Steve. Kill him.
Okay, don't kill
No,
Jack Black. I like Jack Black.
or Jack Black. You could
Fuck
just
Jack
be.
Black though.
Okay, I like Jack Black.
No.
Just not currently not as a
Jack
talent.
Black the person, he can live. He's cool.
Stop it. Make
Yeah.
he's a pretty cool
He's
guy. Jack Black, the actor. Ooh. If he became blacklisted, that'd be pretty cool.
oh, he's money bags though. He's dollar signs. God, this.
Jack Black, make a channel. Make a YouTube channel. Make a YouTube
He has a
channel
YouTube
and
channel.
play Minecraft.
Yeah, it's a gaming channel.
Oh, does
He
he?
popped off with it in the pandemic.
Oh shit. Well, I guess I'll watch.
Yeah. He played Doom Eternal with his kid.
That. Okay, maybe I'll watch that.
Yeah.
Shit. Oh, that's pretty cool. They should play
Yeah.
Split Fiction together as a
Yeah. Unfortunately, a lot of
fun
people
game, right?
of our age decided to watch this movie ironically, and that's how you get chicken jockey.
That is such a good chicken jockey. I don't know. Eat like I get going to the theaters with your friends for fun, and I'm not even talking about the unacceptable behavior that they had throughout. It's just that I don't know, for the sake of a meme, it's I don't know how dedicated I would be myself to watch a movie to that extent so many times to you know
It's insane.
throw popcorn and shit at the theater.
Yeah.
Even for a meme, I don't know. It's just not for me. This is like a case of me being like, I'm too smart for this movie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm above this movie. I'm above this movie. Fuck you. 2 out of 10.
All right.
Minecraft. Fuck you.
From there, we're gonna go on to Freaky Tales. All right. The
Oh my
tales.
god, the tails be freaky.
The tales do in fact be
Is that Pedro Pascal? Oh my god.
All right, so Freaky Tales is an anthology story, all taking place in 1980s Oakland, California. Um, in 1987 specifically, Oakland, California. Um, there's essentially like a serious force that's guiding underdogs around the town to, you know, defend themselves or to elevate themselves in some way. Um, all four stories are interconnected in some way, but it isn't immediately understood how they're connected. But the four stories include the first one is about a bunch of punk rebel teens defending themselves against skinhead Nazis. The second story is about these two young black women who are a hip hop duo, and they essentially go to like a battle of the bands to prove themselves. The third story is about old Pedro Pascal, who is a mafia leg breaker who is deciding to get out of the game. And then the final story is about a basketball player who's about to go on a Kill Bill style revenge tour.
Sorry, who
Did
was
Ernest
it?
cut out?
Your mic cut out.
Fuck.
Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. Audacity got it,
What
right?
did you
That's all that
miss?
matters. But just tell me
Oh,
the
a basketball
before
player.
the killing spree part, who was it?
Basketball player. Yes.
Is it
Yes.
is it the black guy in the middle? Okay.
I very, very much like this movie. And it was fucking weird because this movie was written and directed by Anna Boden and Ryan Fleck. Those names are important because they directed Captain Marvel. Yeah, they wrote and directed Captain Marvel.
Yeah. You look
I
at
don't
Marvel.
hate Captain Marvel.
I mean, I
Yeah.
don't not like you.
Not like you. But yeah. No, it's weird. I don't know why I'm struggling here, but no, I really, really like this movie. I would say the second story is unnecessary outside of no, not that it's not
Not
quite my tempo.
quite your
It's a
tempo.
very unnecessary story because the only way it connects is flimsy, and it kind of just is like, oh right, yes, this is
Mm.
how information was spread, and it became through this one character who we saw in this one story that had no relevance. Um,
Huh.
but yeah, it's a yeah, it's a fun movie that is like very much is trying to replicate the vibe of like an 80s grindhouse like B movie. Um, and I think it really works in that way. It's very fun. It's very slyly written, very well directed. When it does go into like the crazy like Kill Bill violence splatter fest, it does a really good job at that. It's a very it gets more
Oh, it get gory.
you ever seen that one clip from Scanners of the dude's head getting blown up? Yeah, look up Scanners head blow up gif.
Scanners. The first time I look up someone dying in a movie,
Well, you don't have to look it
it's
up on
in
YouTube. I was
YouTube.
saying there's a GIF that's
Scanners
very
blow up.
readily available. Yep, Scanner's head blow up GIF.
Scanners blow up head. Was it?
Head explosion GIF. Just look it up on Google and yeah, the violence feels like that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fun.
And yeah, it gets real violent and real gory and real fun. Yeah.
That's pretty cool. We like violence and gore in here.
The movie's doesn't really have any depth.
The movies,
but it's like because of the fact that it is an anthology movie, it's not really allowed to. But in terms of connecting the dots together, it does a pretty good job at that. It doesn't. Nothing ever feels like coincidental or out of purpose. Everything kind of has a point to connect to. Yeah, no, it's a pretty good movie. I really liked it. I gave it like an 8 out of 10. It's one of my favorites of the year so far. Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Maybe I'll watch.
All right. Next one up is Hell of a Summer. So this is
that's the one. Yeah.
Little horror comedy from why is that funny?
I can just sense your enthusiasm already, quote unquote.
I wanted to like this movie, but horror comedy from directors Billy Brick and Finn Wolfhard. They wrote and directed this movie together. Yep, they wrote and directed this movie together.
Directors.
They pretty much only done shorts, but this is their first like feature film they've written and directed. They spent a lot of time at film festivals trying to get this movie picked up. Because this movie was technically shot like 3 years ago, and it premiered at festivals in 2023. So yeah, this movie's been a long time coming to release.
Wow.
And it ended up getting picked up by Neon, so Neon put it out.
Good job, guys.
Yeah, I honestly, that's kind of where I'm like, oh, like, I admire the fact that they just went out there and did it. They just went there and did it, being so young. They wrote, directed a movie, and they put everything out there that they wanted to. And I'm just being very nice to this movie because it's
you are being very nice. If it wasn't,
I think what's the most successful parts of this movie are in the performances and their directing. The script is very bare. It's a pure A to Z logical film. It's just functions. I wrote, despite the idiocy of the characters, everything in the film serves a logical purpose and has a function that pushes the film forward. None of it feels genuine or real, though. The comedy is also very... It unfortunately feels like it's comedy written by two people who would find it funny. It's not. No, it's written by
the funniest thing ever.
Clearly, we're writing jokes for them, and not inside jokes, but stuff that they would find funny.
Inside jokes, basically.
Not thinking about like, it's got to be a joke. It's a wider audience, or like it's like, oh,
A
this
wider
that's
audience.
funny. It mostly feels like they're just writing it for them, and maybe people of our generation, because a lot of it is very Gen Z humor.
Well, I was
Um,
gonna say you're basically their age, so it's like maybe
I'm
we
just an
would,
old man.
maybe you're an old man.
But Finn Wolf, I'm pretty sure Finn Wolfhard's older than me, so I don't know. The
I'm s-
characters are just
around the
stereotypes.
age, you know.
Nothing really funny to actually say. The horror parts of the movie are an afterthought, honestly. Um, because it feels like Wolfhard and Brick were more aiming for like absurdist humor. And I think if it was just if they honestly, I think if they just had somebody take a look at the script and try to punch up the writing or punch up the comedy, I think they would have worked a little more. But yeah, as a debut movie, I'm being nice about it. I think they really tried, and it's not the worst first attempt anybody could make. But yeah, it's just a very dull movie that just isn't quite working on any level it's trying to work in, and that really sucks.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
big ups to the
big
little
ups to
shit
the
from Stranger
funniest
Things.
motherfucker in the first It movie, um, and in his
Yeah,
movie. Uh, but yeah, it just wasn't it to me. It just wasn't it. I gave it a 5. Maybe next time. Yeah,
maybe
it's a 5 out of 10.
maybe next time, buddy.
All right. From there, we can move on to the amateur. Okay. Um, God, I
Oh
had to
man,
remember that I even saw this movie. To be honest with you, I had to remember that I saw it.
I remember that it existed.
What do I say about it? Yeah. So the amateur kind of presents itself,
Feel
its lead
bad.
character as as this affectionate killer who's only really capable of doing it at a distance because he actually can't aim for shit. And that's kind of the movie. That's kind of just the movie. It does everything it can at a distance, getting a very talented director, a great cast, and pretty good production with all the bells and whistles to make it seemingly work. But when you get right to it, this script doesn't have the guts to pull the trigger because it can't write a solid spy thriller for shit. The movie kind of just forgets logic altogether and expects you to buy into it on good faith that it makes sense. And at least for me, I never really found it to do so. Just it forgets exposition constantly, like telling us how long it's been between events, um, who these people even are, especially the villains. We don't really get to know anything about the villains, which because the plot of this movie is that Rami Malek
Oh,
plays
there's
a
villains.
an
Shit.
intelligence agent who works at the CIA, and his wife, who also works at the CIA as well. She's off. She goes to London for something. I don't remember what, for some business trip. And while she's there, a group of terrorists attack the spot the train station, or like the restaurant that she's in. And they take her as hostage and they kill her, and she's dead. She's played by Rachel Brosnahan,
Yeah,
the
whoop,
most
she did.
thankless role anyone's ever played. Um, what a waste. And then Rami Malek, in his grief, asks to be trained for mission specific parameters so that he can find his wife's killers and kill them himself. Um, Obviously, everyone at the CIA thinks he's
Vengeance.
fucking stupid and laughs at him. But after something, this is something the trailer doesn't tell you. After he blackmails them insanely hard to the point where they totally could just kill him and there would be no repercussions. They just let him do it, and we end up getting a really lame and boring spy thriller.
Wow, look at that. The CIJ being so thoughtful.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
because it's just like at the end of the day, I kind of just go like, why does it matter? But yeah, the movie just doesn't really answer why
I don't know, man.
we do any of this, and it really just wants you to rely on the fact that he feels really sad that his wife is dead. Yeah, I
I
don't
miss my
want to rag on
wife.
it too much because there really isn't too much to say. It has its moments. Rami Malek is great in the role. He's doing his best. And the cast is doing a fine job. The director's pretty good
As expected.
in terms of like giving the movie a sense of scale, and it looks really good. It's very well shot. But when it does have action, it just does the Paul Greengrass style of shaky cam. I will say the best thing about the movie to me is the score. It's the guy who did All Quiet on the Western Front, and he did don't laugh. It's a really good score. Yes, I know.
I'm just laughing
I
because
know.
I'm
That's why
just
I
thinking
said
of the
don't
fucking
laugh.
same sound effect. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm sorry, I'm
yeah. The
sorry.
script is just
It's
not
predictable, I
working
know. I'm
because it
sorry.
just has such a foundational lack of logic, and the characters just don't quite work. Um, it takes when a movie that could have been just okay to a movie that's just really not good at all. I gave it a 4 out of 10. Yeah, what a shame indeed.
What a shame.
All right,
Can't get spy movies. Can't get spy movies for shit anymore.
from that to Drop.
Only one.
So Drop is a new thriller. It's not a horror movie. It's a thriller. I don't know why it was marketed like a horror movie, but it's a thriller. From writer director Christopher Landon. I don't think he wrote this movie, but he did direct it. And I already explained who Christopher Landon is earlier. He's the guy who made Happy Death Day. And this is a movie about a single mom who has a dramatic past as a abuse victim, and she's finally now getting back out there and going on her first date in years. And she gets this very fancy restaurant with this guy that she's met on dating apps. And when she goes on her date, the man that she's with is surprisingly charming. He's a very nice guy, and it's going really well. And then suddenly she gets an airdrop on her phone, where she starts getting terrorized and threatened, and her son and her sister are now threatened, and she has to find a way out of this restaurant while finding a way to save her family. And this is a fairly silly and pick-apartable movie, as you could expect. I kind of liked it, though.
Yeah.
I kind of liked it.
You kind of liked it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? How about that?
I found it almost passable. The script is weirdly tight, but there's a lot of like weird narrative fallacies. What? Oh.
Well, this is shocking to hear.
The script
What
is
is
weirdly
it?
tight, but there's a lot of like weird narrative fallacies. And the longer the movie goes on, the less plausible it becomes. But the actors are doing a really good job, and Christopher Landon's doing a pretty interesting job directing it to try to keep the movie from feeling repetitive or monotonous. Because the movie's trapped to like a singular location, and there's only so many things you can do in that location to try to keep things like thrilling. And I think they found enough ways to keep it fresh, but it was still pretty repetitive, and it becomes a bit much at the end. The ending is awful. It goes absolutely fucking buck wild in the end, and it was really bad, really bad in that ending. Yeah, the movie just kind of runs on fumes towards the end, and it just kind of just goes, "All right, fine, we'll end it already." Yeah.
Spiteful little ending.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't terrible.
I'm surprised to hear that it wasn't shit.
was just like, yeah, whatever. Not really, not really. I enjoyed it, but like I wasn't really. It wasn't anything to
Can't
write home about.
complain.
I was just more so just like, oh, this isn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be. But yeah. Oh yeah, always pleasant.
That's always pleasant.
From there, we can move on to Warfare.
Ah, well then. Finally, some good shit. Finally, some good fucking food. That's how I feel when I watch this. All right, spoilers. Yeah, I guess I liked the movie. Ooh, no, no, seriously. Warfare's so fucking good. I was not only just so surprised over how good it was, but I was really gripped by the movie itself through beginning, yeah, from beginning to end. I don't think I've ever felt this way about a war movie, and I've seen plenty of war movies back in my day. You know, there's a lot of war movies that I can recount. Saving Private Ryan,
Only the
Only the
Brave.
Brave, I think it's called.
Only the Brave is the
Fucking
firefighter movie.
excellent. Huh? Oh no, shit, fuck. What was that fucking? It had Mel Gibson in it. They were like in Vietnam.
We Were Soldiers, I think is what you're thinking
Okay,
of.
it's really good. Yeah, yeah, we were soldiers. Yeah, really good. That was a really good war movie. 1917. Yeah, yeah. Each of those movies like are pretty unique in their own right, but this one is probably like the most unique war movie I've seen ever. Like I don't think many can compare to it in terms of how like new and different it felt, and like how much it added to like the war to like, the war genre. When it comes to just immersing you completely into what the battlefield is like, um, this does it. It comes close, I think, and doesn't compare to whatever these guys went through. I can't imagine, but it felt like it. I was script very much hooked from beginning to end. Like I said, um, there's just tension throughout from its build up all the way through its uh the explosion of action and horror that you witness. Really makes you wonder if these guys are gonna make it out of there. And I appreciate the amount of like work in detail that went into like many aspects of the movie that you would even think to you know to put in your mind as they go on, and then when you see them, they're like, oh wow, that's really cool that you thought about that. Even better because, well, I guess interesting fact about the movie is that it's based in real life in a way, or like based on memories
It's
of
based off of
someone who
it's
was
based
there
off
and
of the
experienced the
memories of
moment.
each of
Accurate or
each of the soldiers. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, like whether it's accurate or not, this up to
Be
up
pretty
to
hard to
debate. But
It'd be
like,
pretty hard to argue
what I find
that it's not.
interesting, yeah, pretty hard. Yeah, pretty hard to argue on that. It's told concisely despite it being a movie about memories, because memories um, switch. Not everyone remembers things the same, but it's so pretty precisely for something that's told
It's also
that
really
way
indirected that
or
the guy
remembered
was
that way
actually there.
exactly. Um, yeah, Alex Garland wrote and directed it too.
Co-directed it. It was really Ray Mendoza who did the writing and directing here.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, of course. This
Listen,
movie's got
I
Alex
want to
Garland
give
all over
Alex
it.
Garland some credit. All right, his direct it, his directing is very well found.
Yeah.
He does his
You can
magic and
tell when
it
he really
fucking
gives his all with
shines.
something.
Um, yeah, probably
If
helps that
anything,
he's
same
with
with 28
someone.
Days
Maybe
Later.
that's his. Yeah, maybe that's his go-to, and the only his only
Yeah.
solo act I believe was Ex Machina,
No,
right?
Annihilation is all him as well.
No, no, wait. I mean, like solo act
Well, that's not
for
what you
me, that's
said.
actually good. Ex Machina, right? I'm sorry. What I meant to say is his only solo act is
I
actually
think I
good.
know what
Ex
you
Machina.
meant.
Yeah,
Hmm.
that's why I said me.
Yes.
Yeah. Was that a solo act, Ex Machina, right? Right. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe he's maybe he needs the guiding hand of someone else to help him to stay great. Because I like you, Garland, just not all the time. But yeah, this felt almost like a return to form. At least it's definitely his best movie in a long fucking time since Ex Machina, dare I say. But yeah, this movie is just top tier as a war movie, as like top tier and like setting 10 intensity, uh top tier and like the warfare aspect of a war movie. It's really fucking good. Really loved it.
Mm.
9.5 out of 10.
What is it that's holding it back for you?
Super enjoyed it. I guess this isn't really much of a complaint for me necessarily, but I do find necessary for a lot of movies. And while I may not have been disattached from these people as characters, I would have liked to have known them a little better. Like I totally got it. Like I saw the kind of people that they were even throughout the short moments of character that they had. I did see it, but even for a war movie, even one based on relatively real life, character
Yeah,
helps into like
but it's also a weird double-edged
bringing you
sword
into
because
the world a little
when you
more.
commit to the idea of the movie that this is, you kind of have to
Yeah,
forgo that, and this movie does that. It fully commits to its
yeah,
idea, and yeah. But I get what you're saying because I had a similar issue, but I just didn't rate it as highly as you did.
yeah. But I super loved it. Probably my favorite movie of the year so far.
Mm.
Probably the contenders. This contenders. It's just that this one,
Mm.
I don't think the others did as much as this one did for me. For yeah, they don't hit me as hard as this one did, especially with the ending. It's not like a super blown away ending. It's just like a kind of I really love the just the commitment to just saying this battle was
Yeah,
meaningless, despite everything you saw and everything. How like meaningful it was to
it
these
was
people and how
really
dangerous it was.
meaningful,
It meant nothing in the grand scheme of things.
but yet all this life was risked, and yeah,
Just back, yeah,
and these poor people were
yeah,
taken
back to it.
hostage essentially in their own home. Yep.
Mhm.
All right.
Yeah.
Moving on to Sinners. Do you know how hard it's going to be for me to not talk about this movie?
Oh man,
No, I already did. I already talked about
go
this
ahead.
movie.
Let's co-op it.
I'm
Also,
just saying it's gonna be really hard for me to not just slobber all over this movie for
co-op
like
it. All right.
45
It
minutes.
won't. Whatever I'll say just won't be as good as what you're gonna say.
I want to talk about this movie for like 4 hours,
I
and
don't
we can't
think.
do that. So yeah,
Right. So, Sinners. Oh my movie from the guy who directed Two Black Panther movies that I didn't like. Wow. But he did make Creed. I like that. Um this definitely had the quality of what a Creed is like. I like Ryan Coogler when he's doing his own shit. Turns out he's at his best when he's doing that. Sinners is that. Sinners is some of his best work in ages. And I mean like 10 years. Literally 10 years since Creed. It's his best work since then.
yeah.
Um, yeah, no, I super love Sinners. It's such a unique movie that has a lot to tell and say. It's got a lot of character, a lot of heart. Particularly between these two twins right there. They are the heart and soul of the movie. Um, and you know, despite them being played by the same guy, they are two very different characters, very different people who, and it's funny, like I said, played by the same guy, but played by the same guy who puts in a pretty stellar performance for both of them. I really like Stack and Smoke as leading characters, leading protagonists for the movie. Everyone else pulls on their own weight, of course, but not as much as those two. I think three people who come closest to it are Delta Slim,
Mm-hmm.
Annie. That's Smoke's girl, right?
Yep.
Yeah, Annie and
First
Sammy.
time performer, by the way. First
Yeah,
time
for being
actor. This
secondary
is his
character.
first movie. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Right.
Good fucking job, dude.
Yeah. And he's basically part of this
Smashed
movie.
it. Yeah, he is the start of the movie. Just I'm not the most engaged with him, but yeah, you got guys like Delta Slim who are pretty much, well, him and Cornbread are
Yeah.
the comedic parts of the movie. Yeah, the movie gets, for the movie being very dour and very tense at points. They are, Delta Slim in particular, are necessary additions to making it feel more lighthearted and not like,
Y'all
just
smelling anything?
tense all the way through.
No.
They certainly help.
I think I just shat myself.
Smelling anything?
Yeah.
Motherfucker went
Pulling you
to
when you
take a
out of here.
piss 2 days ago.
You took a piss 2 damn days ago. Oh, he busy, huh? I got socks that are older than this boy.
Busy, huh?
Delroy Lindo is fucking incredible.
Yeah, very, very quotable. Yeah, despite his namesake and despite what the eventual main conflict of the movie
Yeah.
will be,
Everyone
that's not
already
my
knows
favorite.
the
It's not my favorite
vampires.
part of the movie, unfortunately. And it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm just like, I'm setting the mood. Yeah, despite it being a vampires and, namesake and everything being the conflict of whatever it is, it's not my favorite part of the movie. Not to say that it's bad per se, but it definitely feels where it loses its steam and becomes less of a tight thriller drama, kind of get together movie about people, doing a thing. It becomes complicated in a way, and you know the threads become loose, and at that point it just, yeah. Not my favorite stuff. Vampires are cool. Ramek himself is a cool character. He
He's
is.
a unique.
He,
He's a
he,
unique
he really is.
character.
I like him a lot. Yeah, he's unique. It's just he could have been better. I think he was done a certain disservice for how little of the movie he is in, and how little he ends up doing by the end of it all. Not novel idea. It's not just, I want to suck your blood, blah blah blah. You know, I like his old motives of trying to reconnect with his old past, is because
And
he's a very old
very
vampire who's
Irish
lost
vampire.
his people along the
An
way.
important
Probably,
distinction is that he's Irish.
yeah, 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 Irish from a land from far away, from a very far, far away time, from a very far away time, from
Yeah. Seems like the
at
older
a time where he
he
lost his
saw the
people.
Catholic that he
He can't get them back,
experienced the
and he wants them
Catholics
back.
taking his land and forcing Catholicism upon him.
Yeah, which, interestingly enough, he's
No,
not
that is
post
that's such an
Catholicism,
interesting
which is
thing
pretty
that he
interesting.
brings up.
I,
The
I,
land there. Yeah, I
as he
hated the
quoted, those
men
words brought me
who took
comfort.
his land, but I
I hated
hated
the men
those who brought
who
me comfort.
took his land.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of
Yeah,
interesting. Oh God, no, I'm sorry. Oh no,
yeah,
it's
that's pretty
starting.
cool. Yeah, yeah. This, yeah, is part of the thing that makes Remick an interesting character. I like to see more of him. Maybe a prequel. I don't know. Ryan Coogler, do your thing. I'm just saying,
And
he's
Ryan
pretty
Coogler
cool.
clearly
I
loved
think I'd
writing
say we need
Victor
more
and
of
did
him.
his fucking
You know?
research too.
Yeah. Well, then make a movie. But I'm just saying, I think I want to see how he turned into a vampire, and what he did after that. That'd be pretty cool. I don't know. Just saying. Um. Yeah. Despite that, Remick on the stuff. The stuff around him, not my favorite, but at least you still got a pretty great movie outside of that. Yeah, the score in the movie is fucking, it's a fucking all timer. Holy shit. Fucking be bopping through that
I love
shit
that
all day, all night long
you
after
two
hearing
were
it.
fond of the little sting that Goranson does for the vampires. Yeah. Well,
I'm
the thing where the
like,
score
what the
goes from like
fuck?
very bluesed and then it just goes to heavy metal for like 5 minutes. I love it. I love it so
Yeah,
much.
it's not consistent,
It's
but I dig it.
so because a lot of what this movie has to say is very much about music and specifically blues, but it also likes to talk wants to talk about how important blues music is to the culture and generally to music as a whole. So like as the movie very surreally and very visually tells you how it all connects to each other and how important it is to past, present, and future. Uh, it very much shows that blues is the origin of rock and roll, which then leads to metal, and that's kind of how that all connects. Yeah, like the score for Sinners sometimes just doesn't work.
I
Yeah,
kind of wish we
sometimes
saw
the score for
metal,
Sinners just doesn't like connect to the fact that the movie
like
was in like
like
1932 or whatever it is. But I don't give a fuck. Like it all it fucking bops.
no.
It's awesome. Yeah, the surreal
Yeah,
metal
that montage
portion.
is really cool. You know, kind of. Yeah, I kind of do wish we saw more like music.
But it's
You know,
yeah,
like you said, metal.
yeah.
But there's no white
Yeah,
people there,
you're
so
not gonna get
no, you're
much
not gonna.
white passing.
I mean, it's Mary, but
No, she's
she's
no.
okay.
That's
Look at her
fine,
skin.
dude. White passing is a thing.
I
That's what she
get
is
it.
in this movie. Yeah.
I get it. I know that's the part of the movie. I know. Wait, white passing. So
Uh,
that would make her
I
like
think in this she's
what,
an
30%?
eighth. She's eighth black. So yeah, she would be white passing, which is like
Eight.
she's
So
still black, but like she
so that
looks white. Her grandfather.
so wait, what was it again? Her
Her grandfather
mom,
was half black, so which would make her an
her
eighth.
grandfather. Right. So this white black lady, her her kids are gonna be white. That's fucking if she ever gets to someone, probably. Um. Yeah. Just what was his name there? Oh yeah, it would have been cool if they had like a metal guy string a guitar like a Motorhead and whatnot. Maybe it's just an excuse to see
Mm.
Goranson do
As if he isn't doing
more
it
stuff
already. As if he isn't already
in the
doing
movie
a
with
lot in this
music.
movie.
He should have done more. I'm satisfied with your performance, but I want more from you. Give me more. Give me more. Uh, yeah, I don't have. Well, you probably. If I keep going, you'll want to keep going.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna give the movie an 8.5, and
Yeah.
that is that
Even
really great
you
movie.
liked it.
Well, if it just had to be good. If it wasn't good, I wouldn't have liked it. If I was lied to by everybody and you, would have been disappointed.
You know what? There you go. Sinners. I managed to not say much about it.
Sinners, really good. Go watch it.
I'm literally the meme of the. Have you seen the meme
You
of
can
the
still
kid
start.
sitting in the chair where he's like fucking veins are popping out of his head? Yeah. Okay.
I don't think I've seen that though.
Moving on from Sinners is Another Simple Favor. So, Another Simple Favor,
Huh?
go figure, is the sequel to A Simple Favor, which was a little comedic mystery film that was directed by Paul Feig. It's a movie that's really weird because it's just straight up committing to almost an absurdity to its idea, because it is a comedy that also is telling like a almost like a murder mystery style plot. How much did I cut out there?
A lot.
Yep,
You said comedy, right?
it's a comedy that hard commits to that while also being a murder mystery type thing. Um, and that's the first movie. It doesn't 100% work, but like it works just enough Whereas another simple favor leans really far into the other way and goes full soap opera trash.
Well, trash, damn. Soap opera trash.
The script is so mismatched in this one. It's just really bad. The mystery just isn't compelling, and I recommend it.
Yeah, I never heard of the
It's
first
a
one either.
pretty solid movie, but you kind of have to just accept it for what it is. 2018.
When that one come out?
Yeah. Yeah, you kind of just have to take it for.
Wow.
You kind of just have to take it for what it is. You can't ask it to be anything other than it is because it's committing to what it is. This one is also committing, just the complete other way. It's just really dumb. The mystery isn't compelling. The comedy doesn't work. And the reveals that it does are really odd and silly and just fucking, like I said, very soap opera-ish. And it's just, I don't know. Maybe that was the bit. Maybe that was the bit. They were fully committing to the bit of it being a fucking silly ass soap opera, but I just couldn't be on board with it this time. I just was not into it. I gave the movie a 4 out of 10.
Not into it.
It also insulted me because it was over 2 hours, and I didn't like that.
Damn. I don't like being 2 hours not good.
Just a straight up 4. I would not.
It's mean and rude.
Ends up on my worst of list. So, all right. No, I don't even.
Well, you don't passionately hate it.
All right. Moving on from there.
No comment tempo.
Lilo and Stitch. Hey, remember when you said hate? This is hate. This is hate.
This fits it. This fits it amicably. Oh, this is hate.
Lilo and
you
bitch.
didn't give it its actual name.
Fuck this movie.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay. Let me set the stage. I like the original Lilo and Stitch. I like it. I don't love it. I like it though.
As you should. Oh wait.
I didn't grow up with it. Well, I grew up with it, but it was never one of my favorites growing up. I never had any type of attachment to it. It was just one of the Disney movies that I saw when I was younger. Didn't really have that much attachment to it. Even then, I still hated this remake. I hated this. This film, I have never seen a remake of a film try so desperately hard to take what was already there and twist it into a completely new story that just did not gel with the original story and the original messaging. And it infuriated me while watching it. I was very upset while watching Lilo and the Blue Bitch. If I had a nickel for each time a remake of a Chris Sanders movie came out this year and removed a scene that was super important to the plot, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Therefore, you're gonna have more than one down the line.
Well, not Chris Sanders technically, but yeah.
Not from Chris Sanders, because he's the GOAT. He doesn't make garbage. He makes good stuff.
God, I don't even want to go into a rant on this movie because I just really really fucking hate it because fucking the message is all fucked up. Ohana means family, except when you should get left behind, because in the real world, people do get left behind, and Nani's gonna go to fucking college. Give up Lilo. Ohana means I gotta go get
Ohana means leave your family
Lilo.
behind.
Accept that reality. I don't care that you're 6.
Except that
some people get left behind. I know you don't even understand how fucking... Mm,
Yeah.
this movie sucks shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave you. Hold on. Oh my God, she left her shortly,
Yep.
pretty shortly after
I
her
know you had
parents
no
died
concept
too.
of death, and you're probably still grieving.
Wow.
And you also probably like nearly died because you've just encountered space aliens. So you haven't even raptured your head. You're gonna be thoroughly fucked up when you hit 25, but you know it's fine. Some people get left behind. You know what? I'm leaving you behind because I'm going to college to pursue a better education. And then when I
And it
get
all,
back, I'm gonna
all
fucking forget about you because I'm gonna be too fucking bringing my bitches. Ugh.
she's going.
Yeah,
She's
marine biology.
studying what, marine biology or something like that. She lives in Hawaii, bro.
You know what's
You can
crazy?
just do that there.
Apparently, the
You don't
Hawaiian
have to go to
government has
California for
really
that.
good scholarships and allows you to just go to college for fucking
Yeah.
free. But she's going to California.
Yeah. Yeah. California. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's great. It makes sense. Everyone wants to go to California.
I can't anymore. 1 out of 10. This movie sucks shit. This is one of the worst movies I've ever seen. I don't give a fuck. No.
I can't wait to see it.
Save yourself. This movie sucks ass.
I know. God, but the hatred is so contagious.
Fucking, what's next? Bring Her Back. Okay, that's a good movie.
Back to a good
So
movie?
this
Okay.
is from
The Rocker Bros are back.
The Rocka guys from YouTube. This is their newest movie. It's a very
Okay.
different kind of take. It's not what you would expect for a second film. Because Talk to Me is a very it's still like a dark horror film, but it's also very poppy and has a lot of fun. This film is a lot more somber, a lot more depressing, and a lot more disturbing. Um, yeah. So the
Looks
plot
like it
is
is.
about these two siblings, Andy and Piper. Piper is Andy's stepsister. She is functionally blind. She can only see vague shapes. So Andy is kind of constantly around her, directing her to where she needs to go. And he's very protective of her, and he's a very caring brother. After their father dies, they are
What a
put
good
into
bro.
foster care, and the foster parent who picks them up is Laura, played by Sally Hawkins. And at first seems everything's okay, but she has a terrifying secret that gets slowly revealed as the film goes on. And this is like I said, a very dark, very disturbing, and very thematically somber film. This is a film that's really much about physical and psychological trauma, especially revolving around children. And if you have any troubles, or rather have not as much reservations, but just like if you can't even watch that in like a fictional setting, like watching children be abused, and hurt, you shouldn't watch this movie, just straight up. It got under my skin.
Yeah, did it get
It
on
definitely
your
got under
skin
my
a
skin.
lot of
This is
times
a very
watching it?
very disturbing film, both just tonally and thematically, but also from a violence perspective, or from a horror perspective, because the film does delve into some violence and some gore
Okay.
and some blood, and I had to.
It's accepted from the Rocker
This
Brothers,
is
but
not funny.
usually it's funny. I was gonna say, usually when the Rocker
Yeah.
Brothers hurt
Well, if
children
you're a
in their
sick
videos,
if
I
you're a
laugh the
sick
fuck.
bastard,
I
you're gonna
laugh like
laugh
shit. But
watching
like,
this movie.
you're just-
Um,
well, it's supposed to be funny in those videos, but I'm guessing since it's in here, here's the thing: it's very effective. The Rocker Brothers make very effective videos that are meant to like invoke something they want to invoke from you, like their comedy videos, or even some of the more scary videos in their YouTube channel, like the
yeah.
fucking Ron McDonald's ones can be pretty scary. So if you're telling me that effect is amplified by the fact that he's purposely trying to make you uncomfortable with the
Yeah.
fact that children are getting hurt,
Like
then
there is a
damn,
scene
holy shit.
where a
I
child
can't
is
imagine.
viciously punched um, by an adult,
By an adult?
and
Oh my god.
I jumped. I jumped. I was genuinely disturbed and in a little bit of fear, because it kind of just came out of nowhere. And yeah, it's this is a very effective film. I realized upon watching this that I never talked about Talk to Me in our 2023 stuff. And it's weird because I did watch that movie that year. I did see it that year. I
Oh,
just totally forgot to put it in like the thing for those videos, so like
yeah,
I never talked about it. Um, I didn't like Talk to
it
Me.
happens.
I did think it was a good movie, especially as like a feature debut. But I just wasn't particularly much of a fan of it. I thought it was very shallow, but still fun, like a still good film. Like as you can see that they have talent. If you didn't know it from their YouTube stuff, as under Raka
Yeah.
Raka, as the Filippos, which they are now, um, they are very competent filmmakers, and I think in the horror space, they excel.
Mm-hmm.
And it,
Yeah.
particularly with Bring Her, I think Bring Her Back is a better movie
But yeah.
than Talk to Me. I think Bring Her Back is a lot richer. It has a lot more to say. It's clearly more personal. Um, and yeah, it's just very effective. I think it's a very good movie. It does have problems. uh, the movie does have supernatural
Mm,
elements, and they feel very secondary, almost like they don't matter.
right.
Because it's not the main story that's being told. That's not the plot. Because I don't know. I don't want to get into it because I hope you see this movie. I think this movie is very much. I think this movie is very much up your alley. I think you'll very much
I
enjoy
will.
it.
Honestly.
Um, yeah,
A good horror
but I
movie?
also think
Thank
you will be
fucking God.
deeply disturbed by it, as because I've talked to a couple people about it who've seen it, and they were also very deeply disturbed by it. Uh, yeah, this movie got under my
It's kind
skin.
of hard to do for
It
me.
was it was yeah, it was a rough one. Um, but yeah, the biggest issues for me come to the fact of the psychological elements being very unexplained and not the primary focus, which it didn't need to be. The primary focus is the story being told, and that's where the movie really excels. But I think it also has those undercurrents, and because they're not properly explained or even elaborated on, I kind of just go, okay, well, then why spend so much time on it?
Do you wonder what? Do you wonder what the supernatural elements could have been an allegory for?
I don't think they were an allegory. I think they were
Like
legitimately
other
what they
than the
were. And
oh no,
yeah, there
just
kind of isn't really a realm of subtlety to the supernatural elements. They kind of just are what they are. The subtlety more comes from the rest of the stories, which is being told. Um, but yeah, no, it really comes down to those supernatural elements, which feel like they almost wanted a real
less.
tangible horror element that is outwardly creepy and terrifying, and that's where the supernatural elements come through. But they're not really explained, and it's kind of wrapped up very quickly, and the rules are very shoddy, and it'll, especially with the ending. I think the ending is a bit unsatisfying. Um,
Eh,
in both like a oh man that
mm.
sucks, but also like a oh that just doesn't sit right. It doesn't feel right. Um, I don't know. It's kind of hard to describe without getting into spoilers, which I don't want to do because I think this movie works obviously like most movies work better without you knowing anything. I'm also just trying to
Would
literally
push me to
shove
see
you
it.
to go see the movie, because it feels like I'm doing that with every movie I talk to you about.
All right.
But yeah,
You watch
yeah,
so many
no,
fucking movies. In
you play too many
fairness,
fucking games. No,
Uh,
I enjoyed the movie. I enjoyed it actually a
the
good amount.
first stage is denial.
Yeah, but I don't think it's great. I gave it a 7.5 out of 10. Yeah. All right.
Mm.
From there, we'll go on to Ballerina. All right. So Ballerina is the newest John Wick film. The subtitle for the movie is From the World of John Wick. I refuse to call it that. This is Ballerina.
And it's,
No.
but it's not the last one.
Ballerina takes place in between John Wick Chapter 3 and 4, and tells the story of Eve Macaro, who is a Ruscaroma of the ballerinas that we saw in John Wick 3, headed up by Angelica Houston. And she, after her father is murdered, she is brought by Winston to the Ruscaroma to train in the art of that ballerina shit. And as she gets older, she becomes a trained killer. And she does it through the first 45 movies. First 45 minutes of the movie, painfully explained to you, is that she needs to work harder. She needs to work harder,
Thankfully.
and she needs to work smarter. And if she needs to fucking cheat, because no one will ever be she will never be outwardly stronger than anyone else. She needs to work harder for her wins, and thus shit if she, and her teacher tells her,
Or
cheat if you
makes
have
sense.
to. Just cheat. Like, don't play their, don't try to fight with their game. Play by, like, they told her literally, I think one of the lines is like, fight like a girl. Like, don't try to fight like the person you're fighting. Fight like you. And that
makes sense.
presents, I think, the biggest strength I think the film has is that Eve Macaro, in most of the action, it gets a bit ridiculous in the end, but in most of the action, she is not invincible. She spends a lot of time in this movie getting her ass fucking beat. And it also helps that Ana de Armas, for like most of the action of this movie, she's constantly like yelling and screaming. Like, she has these like she has like these exasperated like screams and grunts, and like if something hurts, she's like, ah. Like, sometimes there's a point in the movie, I think she was in the middle of a fight, and she literally goes,
my ass.
Fuck. He's like almost like, are you fucking kidding me? This is still going. She has a lot of like exasperated like looks and actions, and I think that really helps. In the action sequences.
Bro, I'm just one girl. Calm down.
Speaking of those action sequences, it's unfortunately well known at this point that this film's action scenes had to be almost entirely redone by Chad Stahelski, the main guy of this franchise.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of obvious. I don't know
Why
why
were they
they were
redone?
redone, but at some point, yeah, Len Wiseman, the credited director on this film, something happened, I don't know, but they had to go and redo a good portion of the action scenes, if not most of them. They either said, I don't know if it was because if it was just
they said do it again,
working, or they wanted it to feel more in line with the John Wick movies. I also know that this was a spec script that was in development hell for a long time. The original script, I think you can actually read the original script that was done in like 2017, 2018, somewhere. But it was apparently the original tone for the script was like very Shane Black-esque. It was very action comedy, tongue-in-cheek. Like, there was going to be like a running gag throughout the movie of like her kill count. It was going to be something very different than what it actually is. What it actually is ending up being is a pretty generic John Wick film. However, my hot take, this is the best one. And it's for a couple of reasons. One, as I noted, the action is, I think there's a lot more grit to it because Eve is in a lot more present danger than John is, because John is fucking invincible. He has the plot armor of the gods against on his side, and he has those stupid magic suits. Eve has very little of those things. She does not have the magic suits. She has plot armor, but not as much. And hits in, and yeah, she has to fight a little harder. She has to use.
Yes, you're
She
cunning.
spends a lot of time grabbing shit and throwing it at people, or just like using things around her. She's not just using her guns all the time like John is. Yeah.
Because she runs out of ammo because you
Really
can't
does
shoot
have
for
infinite
shit.
ammo, yeah. They will say they because I remember one of your complaints was that, oh, like people spawning in like video games. There is literally a town in like Austria or Germany or whatever it was. The entire town is filled with killers. They're all just people having lives, but they all own firearms and they're all trained killers. The entire town, bro. The entire fucking town.
How many of them? Like a lot?
It was a town of like 100 people.
It could be like a town of 20 people or something.
Like, there's literally, she drives into the city,
Oh.
or the town. They all kind of look at her weird. And then the second anything starts to happen, they all just start. There's literally a scene where, like, this woman is holding her child. She puts her child in the car, opens her trunk, and pulls out a fucking rifle. Yeah. No, like that stuff. I was like, oh, okay. All right, this is fun. This is a good way to do this. And then we spend the rest of the movie just like going from one action scene to another as she's constantly having to like run and fight off this entire town of people. And obviously Anna de Armas can actually act. So, and it's most obvious when they have her stand next to Keanu Reeves. John is very much forced into this movie. I think one of the more obvious parts of like where it was clearly parts of this movie were clearly reshot is that John is introduced in the movie very early on, but then he's reintroduced like an hour and a half later, or like an hour later, and it feels like that was supposed to be his introduction.
Just to I guess draw the audience in to not get bored.
John,
Guys, this is a Little John movie. Please calm down, please. Please.
And it's like, but
Please,
you
John
had a
Wick,
really good introduction for him later in the movie where he just gets off a fucking train. It's like, holy shit, it's John Wick. Yeah.
It's a reintroduction.
Yeah, the story of the movie is whatever, I guess.
Please watch this movie.
Much of a story. Eve's revenge makes sense, but like everything else as part of the movie is like very hit and miss. There's stuff about it that I think is really fun and really works, and there's stuff about it that's just really lame, like the villain, who's played by Gabriel Byrne. He's not allowed to be anything other than the stock standard cultish villain.
Whoa.
And well, the
Eyebrow Razor
organization is literally just called the Cult. There's like no one, like no one seems to know what they're really about. They're just like, it's a cult, and they just leave it at that. Yeah. Of what?
It's a cult. How do you know they're a cult?
They just call them a cult because
how do you know they're a cult?
People who
Looks at the camera.
Yeah. But yeah. I don't know. I
Interesting.
I enjoyed this movie. I had fun with it. I was like, oh, okay, this is an entertaining, fun action movie, and it was kind of something I was feeling a little burned by Mission Impossible, and I saw this after it, and I was like, this is kind of a fun palate cleanser, a little bit of a refresher.
Yeah, follow right along. What I hate that will get you killed in the John Wick fan base.
Yeah, I know this movie isn't like super well regarded right now, and it's not doing very well at the box office, but I enjoyed it quite a bit. I gave it like a 7. Yeah, I was like, oh, okay.
It's nice.
Like, okay, this is a fun
fun action movie.
As like a
so you just need cool
action movie. Yeah, sometimes I
just need brainless action.
I make fun of it a little bit, but sometimes I just want to turn my brain off, bro. Sometimes I just want to not think, just throw on an action movie and go, "Oh, Anna de Armas is cool. Oh, she's doing that. She's doing that cool ass action. Oh, that's fun."
Don't
Yeah.
listen. It's don't think and do
And even
nothing.
when I think about it, I'm like, "Oh, this action's pretty cool." Oh, it was fun how they did that gag. Oh, Anna de Armas is a pretty good
Look,
actress. She can actually act, and she's doing a
uh,
lot for
she kicked,
this. You know,
uh, she kicked,
she's committing really
she kicked
hard.
him in the
You know, to
balls.
this movie, and it's really fun because of it. Yeah. Yeah, this movie's not that great, but like whatever, it's
Yeah,
fine.
she's pretty.
It's fine. I enjoyed it. All right. Moving on, we have How to Train Your Dragon. So we can co-op this because we both saw it. Uh,
Man, I just did the
hmm.
dog accepting his fate.
Yeah, I'll let you go first because I don't really have much to say about this movie. You have a lot. You have a lot
All
more to
right.
say
I think
and
I'll
a lot
keep
more
it
to
brief
feel.
too. Why not? Sh fuck, I do. I just am I passionate about it right now? Maybe. I don't know. Let's see how it goes along. Yeah, How to Train Your Dragon remake. I don't like it. um, in terms of trying to keep faithful to the original, it tries to do that while also just missing a lot of the energy from the original, and in turn just delivering a worse experience in almost every way possible. So, like I said, low energy, so half-assed in many things that they clearly knew what maybe some of the point was from the original, but at the same time, it just feels so like they almost missed the point as well. It's kind of a like double-edged sword of things where it's like you knew it was there, but you somehow did it wrong. Why and how is that? Everything that's remade is worse, and everything that is added as an addition is worse. In many ways, that I think just get in the way of what the original was trying to say. The acting itself, probably around the entirety of the cast, except Gerard Butler a few times, is just dull. I don't know. They got Nick
Garber,
Frost to play
Garber.
fucking hmm? Yeah, they got him to play Gobber, a very energetic, funny character, and he's just playing him like, oh yeah, well it's not what's on the essay, it's just on the inside. Now fuck off. Just doesn't care. It's a fucking I don't give a shit delivery of every line that I'm in. Nick Frost, what the fuck? And I'm like, man, you got actors for this movie, and you're not having them act. You're having them be real low energy, aren't you? And that goes along with mostly everybody in the movie, I think. Everyone just does a worse job. And like I said, except Gerard Butler as like a minor exception in a few scenes where I'm like, oh, he's not putting me to sleep with his performance. That's pretty cool. Um, I think it's a small praise to it. I like the dragons designs for the most part. Like obviously, a lot of them are more just generic dragon based, not as unique or clearly animated as they were in the original. Even Toothless, despite some accuracy, it's okay. I'm looking at it. What is that poster?
Yeah, I've been
Like
looking at it a little bit. I'm
you
trying
see
to
his
figure out if
wings?
that's like. I don't think so.
Is this AI? Like what's with the
That
what's is that a
is.
leg? That's a leg, right?
I don't know what that is.
Like where's his tail?
The hell happened to this one?
Yeah, what is this? Like where's the wing? Where are the wings and everything else? What the fuck? Um, yeah. Toothless, despite some accuracy in the design, um, just for the fact that it is a live action remake, he just feels less animated and less Toothless like. in many ways, and I think that's just detrimental to the
It might
presence and
just be a
character of
Photoshop
Toothless.
mistake.
And it hurts it.
Yeah,
Might
because like
be because that's
I'm looking at
hideous.
that post, the actual poster, and it's
The actual
like
poster,
it's exactly that, but like I'm seeing alternate
normal.
versions of it that are like essentially the same idea but
Oh,
like a different editing. Yeah, I think it's just a Photoshop mistake because I'm seeing like an alternate version that's the exact same pose that you see there, just a different backdrop, but Toothless's like purport like physicality is correct. So I think it's quite literally just a photoshopping error. Yeah. Or
yeah.
also the
Uh,
original poster is very cropped, because you're only supposed to see like Toothless's like essentially like like right side, where like you see the right side of the tail. So I think that's the right side of his tail going out, which is where like the thing that Hiccup puts on. Um, that's because that's the only thing you're supposed to see on the poster, because it's blown up. You're seeing the other half, which is not photoshopped correctly. So I think that's what it is. It's kind of a Ready Player One leg situation.
okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, you know what? You made the poster a little more
Because that's not
complicated
the
than you
actual
needed to
poster.
make
The
it,
actual
like
poster
just
is
like the movie.
cropped. Like it's you're not supposed to see anything past like the
Right? Yeah,
left,
it's
the right.
cropped.
Well, it's technically the right side of Toothless. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, yeah, this movie, it is with a sort of rare issue
Mm-hmm.
where it's longer.
What are they really
Of course,
even
it's
at?
longer. It feels longer, like fucking eons long. I was gonna say a few things. It feels eons longer, but at the same time, scenes go by so quick and rushed. It's a really strange conundrum because they like they get to the point immediately. It's like whatever, we're here, but it just feels longer. Maybe that's just like the low energy bit of it that just makes me go like, holy shit, dude, where's the effort?
Hmm.
And I like to ask for changes. They tried to give Astrid more to do because I don't know, they must have felt insecure about her treatment in like the first movie, even though she wasn't treated bad, she was one of the standouts of the movie. And they said, let's give her more. Let's have her be self-indulgent in like moments between Stoic and Hiccup. Why not? Huh? Why not? Yeah, let's make it about her. And I'm like, okay, sure, it's worse, but you do you. Um,
What's up,
what was the director's name?
Dean DeBlah?
Dean, Dean something. The director's name. Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. But
he
you
wrote and
do you,
directed the
Dean de
original
Blois,
movie.
Dean de Blech. Yeah, but so did
He also wrote and directed the
Chris
second and third
Sanders.
movies.
Yeah, and or worse, aren't
So
they?
are we saying that he's not responsible for any of the good stuff in the original movie? Is that what you're trying to insinuate?
I'm think, I I am thinking that, yeah,
Then
because I
how
don't
did
know
he
if it was like an
direct
interview or
Lilo
something,
and
but like,
Stitch
didn't
too?
he say he
Because
was making it?
he also
Huh?
co-wrote and co-directed Lilo and Stitch.
Oh yeah, same with Dean. It's Dean. I'm Chris. I'll give. I'm convinced that most of the credit was for Chris. I'm sure he had his own little, you know, bits and pieces that were helpful. But seeing this as just him doing it, and then seeing the additions and slight changes that he made that were just worse, it just makes me come to that slight conclusion where it's like, you know what? I don't think you're the reason why the first movie was so great, or Lilo and Stitch was so great. And then when you see what Chris Sanders went on to make, like the Wild Robot, for example, it's like, oh shit, you're a genius.
Hmm.
I don't know, man.
I
It's
see
just
kind of
like
both sides of the spectrum on this.
maybe not. Oh, what do you think? Dean
I'm
DeBlay
with
is the genius behind it all.
because I also don't like this
Oh well,
movie. I don't, but I feel very opposite to you in most of what you were talking about. Um, I feel like it's just fundamentally the same movie, just worse. Because it's not animated and it's losing a lot of kind of the charm.
You see, when you say fundamentally the same, it's
Because
like,
it's the
how could it
exact
be
same story
fundamentally the same if it's just worse?
with like most of the same dialogue, the exact same
Well,
music,
I
uh, a lot of the same beats.
well, I understand that, but like, but like, if you and I told the same story in a different way, is that still the same story, like fundamentally all the way
I
through?
mean, yeah, if we're still essentially saying the same story, if we're are you just getting at like the way it's told?
Yeah, of course, because it misses a lot of points along the way, and like I said, its additions to it just make it
Right, but it's
worse.
still the same story being told. It's just they added some things that don't work and they changed a couple of things here and there that didn't work. But it's still like it's still How to Train Your Dragon. It's still that's still the story that they told from 15 years ago. That was better then than it is now.
Yeah, I guess it tries to be the same. It's just that it's such a botched version of that same thing they're trying to tell that those missing marks almost feel like they're trying to communicate something entirely different. And well, in the end, it tries to be the same as like as like in the worst attempt for you to make it quote unquote better, you end up missing the point.
Can I ask you a question in good faith? How recently did you rewatch the original?
Sure,
What's very?
very
Okay.
like probably like
I
2 days
figured I'd ask
before
that question because I
I
also
saw the remake.
rewatched How to Train Your Dragon a couple days before I saw the remake. So I was just wondering because I was wondering if it's like, oh, have you just not seen the original movie recently? But if that's no, if you did, then we're at an impasse.
Okay, well, tell me this: the scene where, yeah, fuck spoilers,
It's a 15-year
in the
old
remake,
movie.
this
You haven't
scene
seen it.
where Hiccup and oh yeah, sure, the scene where Hiccup and the rest of the Dragon Riders go in
Is
to
that what
attack
it's called?
the Red Death, I think
I
it's
never
called.
even knew the name of it when I saw the original
Yeah,
movie. I
something
don't think they
Death.
ever said what it was. So I just didn't. Yeah.
No, no, no. Yeah, so the scene where they first like the first appearance, their Avengers charge. So like, what did I do? Um,
Mm-hmm.
in the original, it was Hiccup leading the charge as we saw it with him riding Stormfly and him giving
Mm-hmm.
orders. In the remake, is Astrid doing all that. So the problem with that is that you miss the fact that Stoic is seeing his son take lead in this new way. Hiccup himself coming to his own and his father seeing like what kind of Viking he actually is. That he is capable of this stuff in the leadership angle, and he's doing it with his way, what he's learned. And in the remake, you miss that by having Astrid do it.
Mm-hmm.
And mind you, Astrid is already great at everything else, but that's something that you take away from Hiccup from because of the stuff that we've seen in the movie and what he's learned about dragons, especially. And it's basically him coming into his own as the leader he can be. That is, and is gone from the original. Stoic doesn't see his son do this. Stoic doesn't see the change that he can bring. All of him gesturing to him as what they need. He doesn't see this, and I think that's like such a like, what the fuck? Did you miss the point? See, that's like one of those. So it's like, huh? Did you miss the point of like the original? Yeah, that's one. That makes me this fight and angry
Mm.
and upset.
I was more so taken at umbrage of removing the scene with the monstrous death. or the monstrous terror, whatever it's called. That one
Yeah, yeah,
seemed pretty odd.
that one's odd. Yeah, that's just yeah, that one's like an obvious one. I was just naming to like a scene where people might sing. It's the same scene, and I'm like, no, this is just one example of like those which made me go like, hey, really? But yeah, to the point of what you said about the
Yeah,
removal of that
that's a
scene.
random. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
what the
took
hell?
that one out because it's weird because this movie does all of the same beats of the original, yet it's a little longer. Like what, the 10, 10, 15 minutes longer, um, something like that,
Yeah,
20 minutes. I don't know,
hung around.
but it's just like I did not feel the sluggish pace that you did. It actually breezed by to me. Um, but it was weird because it was like, oh, I walked out of it thinking, what did they really add? Because it was like, oh, it was longer, but it didn't. I didn't feel like I recognized what they added to make it longer, and that was a weird one.
They had Astrid go into the dragon's mouth and then break its teeth. Wasn't that fucking cool? Also, they had the red death to the mind control.
What?
Remember how to Senior Dragon 2 where the alpha does well the alpha or whatever does the mind control, they can control the dragons. Yeah, that happens in the remake. Yeah, the red death, instead of when Astrid is flying Stormfly, instead of doing the Kirby suck up, he does the mind control, and the dragon goes. Stormfly goes and goes closer to Red Death before Astrid jumps in his mouth and breaks his teeth.
So
Yeah.
are we to infer that the Red Death is an alpha?
So there's
I mean, I guess yeah, there could be more than one alpha.
yeah,
We saw that in How to Train Your Dragon 2.
yeah, it would be, but like the problem with that is that if the Red Death can just mind control everybody, the dragons, then the heroes just lose. Yeah,
That begs
immediately,
the
it's over.
question then,
Fight's
I
over.
guess, why doesn't the Bewilder Beast was that the name of it in How to Train Your Dragon 2? The one that dies, is that the Bewilder Beast, or is it a different name?
The,
Um, well, they're not the
I don't
original
know
alpha, but
the
they're
original alpha. Yeah, the
the
white
the
one.
good one. Yeah, which I
Okay,
was kind of assuming
the
might be
white
the good one.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the good one. The good one's the white one. Wow.
Um, yeah. Oh, and then why
Yeah,
didn't
you were saying?
that one just do
In
what
that
How to
case, why
Train Your
didn't
Dragon
the
2? But
that one do what?
if they could just do that,
I have
yeah.
I have no idea. How did your Dragon 2 isn't
Still
has
worth looking
problems.
into.
Yeah, problem with not having to acknowledge the fact that they're gonna do that. You run into the issue
It has to.
of
It
this
has to
movie
accept
having
that
to account for
there's
Dragon.
more to come.
How did your Dragon 2? Yeah, and it's pretty damaging to this one, to like the remake. I was like, oh, you got the alpha that can mind control dragons. Why didn't they do that for these guys? So you could call that a major change because it's just kind of like it's plot armor at that point.
Will that not
It's
apply to
unfortunate.
the original movie too?
No, because the original movie, didn't know Dragon 2 was gonna come out.
Mm.
You know, can't blame the original movie too much for that because it was like really the directors and writers' fault to remember the first movie as like a thing where it's like, hey, Red Death didn't mind control people in that one.
Or maybe it
Why
wasn't
is
an
that?
alpha.
Oh, because it can't do it. Okay, well, I don't care.
Yeah,
Maybe it wasn't, but now it is in the remake.
maybe. Well, then also Toothless is an alpha, and we never
Oh,
saw him
again,
having mind control.
Dragon. it's so weird. Dragon 2 just deals with Dragons 2 with its world building expansion. It's just kind of like does damage to the world a little bit. And Toothless and Hiccup's mom. I mean, it's kind of cool that the movie this one remake acknowledges the
I
fact
say
that
remake
Valka exists because they have to because people know.
because
Yeah,
she was never
it's
named
her
in.
name.
She was never named in
You
the
know,
original movie.
because I guess they know. No, she didn't exist. She was dead.
But we never know how it happened, so it's yeah, it was kind of
Yeah.
nebulous. Just she wasn't around.
No, yeah. All we really had to understand is that Valka probably died from a dragon and stole a case dragons.
And then
So
in
checks out.
two, it's like, oh well, she was taken by a dragon,
But
so
in
we
Hydrogen
have to
Dragon
assume
2,
dead. For
she was taken by a dragon and she didn't come back and go, hey guys, dragons are cool. Like someone's a bad
well,
person.
she does. She was like, oh, how did I have any like how did I know you guys were gonna change? Clearly, I was wrong, but how did I know that you had changed or you were gonna understand?
How, how did they? Well, how does she know? Well, damn, dude. If she came in to um to the village, the island, to Berg, with riding a dragon, she came into Berg riding a dragon with a bunch of dragons behind her. Would have been like, what the fuck? Who the fuck is that? A human? Is that Valka? What the fuck? Would have changed everything. Would have saved the world.
We've been talking about this movie for 20 minutes, and it's been mostly you.
Oh yeah.
I don't really, I
Well,
don't
okay.
really
Well,
have
you
anything to
go ahead.
say. Right?
The floor is yours.
I feel very apathetic towards this movie. I have no hatred for it. I have no real feeling. I saw it. I went, oh okay, and then I left. I am more upset at the circumstances that led to this movie's existence than the actual movie itself.
I guess I'll say it is one of the better remakes. I'll give it
Probably
credit
better than
for
every
that.
Disney live action remake that's ever existed.
For
It's probably better than every Disney live action remake that's ever
huh?
existed.
Except the Jungle Book.
Except the Jungle Book.
That was good.
I like the Jungle Book. Yeah. No, I like the
Yeah,
Jungle Book.
I like Jungle
I don't
Book.
like it as much as the
You know
original,
like Jungle
but
Book?
I also don't think
Yeah,
the original's that good either.
it's pretty. No, the Jungle Book. I don't know what it was. It felt like one of those where it's like this is actually like
The additions
you know
are
it's got the heart on it. Like I don't remember.
the additions are additioning. They're it's very
Well,
simple.
here's the thing. I don't
It's
remember the
just
original Jungle Book.
it's a point A to B story, and then
Not
here's all
even
the fun characters we meet along the way.
not even sure if I even
The
saw it
story is
honestly. But
dissimilar, but also similar because it's still like Shere Khan is after Mowgli, but there's just more complication as to why Shere Khan's after Mowgli in the remake, and like you could argue that that's worse because it's
yeah,
complicated, and but
I liked the movie before it turned into a giant action movie with the animals
the
and
King Louis
shit.
stuff is fucking
That was
weird
weird.
in the remake, but also King Louis just King Louis not that weird in the original. I don't know. I just think the original's just not that good in the first place, but I still love it. Like it's my favorite classic Disney movie. Um, yeah, favorite.
Favorite.
Like when I say classic, I mean like from Snow
Well,
White to Disney Renaissance. Like that's what I mean.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
60 something, 62,
That's an old fucking
65,
movie.
60. It's sometime in the 60s. That's all I know. But
60s. But yeah, the original How to Train Your Dragon is one of my favorite movies of all time, and it's one of DreamWorks' top three. Um, so I feel really really attached to whatever they would have done to this, good or not. I didn't think it was very good for reasons I mentioned. But I will give it some credit for the fact that it's not completely diarrhea on the floor. It does have a certain amount of merit from just trying to copy basic elements from the original that don't entirely work much, but but since the original formula is there and is good, by all means, it piggyback rights off of that. So there, to its credit,
Hmm.
I gave it like a 4.
Yeah, I just felt like at its core, it still had a Junior Dragon, and that story is still solid. Um, and as a film, it's decently well made. I didn't. I don't think I ever felt like the CG was particularly bad. I think the movie looks fine. I did not have any of the issues with the acting that you were describing. Particularly, I thought Mason Thames Thames, whatever his name is, that plays Hiccup. I think he was doing a lot to try to capture that Jay Baruchel performance to the point where sometimes he even just straight up sounds like him. But then, but then there are points where it
I
almost abandons that, and it's a little weird. But
think he
well, I
always
don't want him to
abandoned it,
sound like Jay
honestly.
Baruchel
But
the whole time. I don't want him to sound like this constantly.
well, at least the mannerisms of Hiccup, I think, are missing. Like Toothless, Astrid, Astrid, Toothless, and they're always like Toothless, Astrid, Astrid, Toothless. Bro, can you act, please? Fuck's sake. Oh, thank you for nothing, you useless reptile. Thank you for nothing, you useless reptile. My God.
I gave it like a 7.
What do you give it?
Yep.
That's a pretty good score.
Still don't like the movie though. No shit.
Yeah, me neither. Me, it's pretty bad.
All right,
Damn, dude.
what's next? Materialists. Um, I mentioned earlier that I have thoughts on the discourse around this movie. Um, I think the discourse around the movie, some of it is nuanced, some of it is missing the fucking forest for the trees. Uh, Materialist is a movie that's very much talking about the reality of dating culture of today and how much of it feels like a statistics game, like mathematics. It's very much talking about the materialistic nature of people today, um, and just how quickly we've forgotten how to truly love. And this is very much in line with Celine Song's previous work, which was Past Lives, which came out in 2023. Was my favorite movie that year. Um, it was an incredible film that feels like just kind of a lightning in a bottle situation. And in that vein, Materialists does not recapture that lightning in a bottle. It's a very different beast altogether. I think many people have been caught up in the fact that this movie was marketed like it was a typical rom-com, and it is anything but. This is more of a drama with romance in it. Um, there are multiple sequences of this film referring to, the intangibles versus the tangibles. What one even seeks in a relationship. There's stuff talking about like, oh, why do you love me? Well, I just do. And I've heard. I don't want to get too much in the discourse of this movie because it really fucking annoys me. Um, because some people have described this film as broke boy propaganda, and yeah,
Broke way
but
propaganda.
but that's where I go like, oh, you're missing the forest for the trees.
I mean, I'm guessing they liked they thought Chris Evans was like the I don't know,
Chris
that
Evans
we
is the
like the
broke
broke
boy,
boys in
and
here.
Pedro Pascal is the rich
Right.
man.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm
Yeah,
guessing they
they
thought the
think they're
movie was
losing
like
the
in the
favor of
favor
the
of the
broke
broke
boy
boy.
when the reality is that our main protagonist was never necessarily not in favor of the. This movie's not a love triangle. That's that would be a misconceived notion that would be only furthered by the marketing material. It's not. It's
Interesting,
not.
because I thought it was a love
Not
triangle.
at
Like,
all.
huh?
Just things change over the course of the film. It's never like a love triangle in the sense that, oh, who she's gonna pick. No, she made her choice. It's, she made her choice pretty early on. It's just, things change in life because that's how people work. But I think what also a lot of people are very much having trouble with in this movie is just how heavy it is. It's a very not light and fluffy movie at all. It's it looks like it is because it's very bright and colorful, and it's shot on film, and it looks naturalistic, and it's tailoring itself in the stylings of a rom-com, but it's very subversive of that. It's not really a rom-com at all. It very much wants to talk about something a little more real, something a little deeper. And for many people, it's just not working. They're not finding it interesting. They think it's very surface level. Some, of course, are calling it broke boy propaganda. That I don't like. But in other, I've seen some other more nuanced conversation on it that I think is a little more valid, but less upsetting because it's like, okay, you have an
Less
argument. I see
upsetting
what
to
you're
you.
saying. But yeah, I get you. There is something more to this movie that I think that was just not seemingly, and I'm leaving this up to I just didn't get it. There is a reveal in this film that very much sets the plot moving forward and like the change in character for our protagonist. I think I just genuinely don't understand why that was what needed to lead everything in motion. I understand what it's trying to do for the character's motivation to change. I don't understand why at a certain point the plot leads back to that. It feels almost just like, oh, well, that's like, oh, that's nice, but no,
Huh.
cop out's
Well,
not the
like
word.
a cop out.
I think I just didn't get it. Quite frankly, I just don't think I didn't get it. I think I
No,
just
he just
saw
didn't
it
get
and
it.
went, oh, I don't get that. But
He
maybe,
needs,
yeah,
needs
you're
some
just somebody
director's
handed a
commentary and that
script.
shit.
So I can read it. Yeah,
I get it.
but yeah,
I
the
really
movie's
get it.
very mouthy. It's
I
very
understand.
very dialogue heavy. Some of it gets a little jumbled. Um, I just don't understand some of the relevance revolving around some of the plot reveals. Um, yeah, but it also has a lot of the same qualities. It's very minimalistic in terms of the way it's shot and performed and edited. Daniel Pemberton did the score for the film. It's very nice. Yeah, the movie looks gorgeous. It was shot
Oh wow.
actually in New York, where it's set. Shot on 35 millimeter film. It looks beautiful. Um,
It's cool to see him not working anything that's not Spider Verse
oh, oh.
3.
Um,
Daniel,
I'm sure he's already writing
you should
music for
get on
that
that.
movie. But
It's gonna be so peak.
yeah, I understand why this movie's so polarizing, but I found myself particularly really enjoying it and thinking it was something special in this day and age. And I think it's something it's holding up a direct mirror, and some people are just not liking the look in the mirror. And it's really shining a light. I think it's definitely exposing some
I think that
people.
exposes some
It
people.
exposed parts of myself to me. Um, without going into any details, there's a significant reveal of this film that talks about the significance of height in relationships and in dating and to men. How important it is amongst men.
Oh shit! I thought you meant like height, like
Yeah, that's what I
feet.
mean. You thinking I was talking about dicks?
Oh really?
You
Oh
thinking
shit!
I was talking about dicks?
Huh? No, no, no. I thought you were talking about like I thought it was like the height of men, like I don't know, like a spiritual
Oh, you
level,
didn't. You think I meant
not like
metaphorically, not literally how tall
height
they
as in
are.
like yeah, yeah. I thought you were saying metaphorically.
No, no, literally how
Yeah.
important height is to dating and to men. Um,
Mm. No, my bad. I thought you did mean height, but I thought you were talking about it metaphorically.
yeah,
There it is. But you were talking about height. Fuck,
without going into
fuck.
spoilers or any details, there is a sequence where some like there are a couple scenes where height is effectively mentioned, but there's one scene in particular that it's showcased. Um, it specifically shoots at me because I'm 5'6", and there's a scene where someone,
Mm.
how do I describe without spoiling, alters their height to show what 5'6" looks like, and
Alters your height.
I heard gasps in my audience. No,
Was it was it comedic or was it
I
like
felt half
damn?
of my audience get
No.
audibly get the ick. And then a dialogue scene happens
Oh.
right after, referring to the importance of height amongst men, and that also having the previous scenes before talking about preferences becoming requirements and height being chief among them. And it very much shone a mirror back at myself, at my own insecurities, and yeah, that one hit me a little hard.
I mean, hey man, it's okay. If they ever say you're short, just put a scale in front of them and tell them to step on it, and see how much they judge. Oh, they're doing it to
Reality
you.
is height shouldn't matter.
No, of course not. Not your weight, right? But
But it talks a lot about
step on the scale.
weight isn't even
Talk
brought up in
shit.
the movie, but like height, age, conversation is brought up a lot. No, weight is never brought up.
Weight isn't brought up.
Yeah,
Interesting.
but yeah, specifically height, age, and personality is brought up a lot. Political alignments, race is brought up because the movies trying to shine a light a lot about how preferences have become requirements. And there's a scene where very explicitly someone is giving very harsh requirements, and the Dakota Johnson character,
Podicons.
who's a matchmaker in the film, she has a moment where
Mm.
she's like given this list of requirements. She goes, "Do you want to look in New Jersey?" Like, I know another very controversial aspect of the film is the performances, uh, and they go every way. Some people think Dakota Johnson is a
Really?
terrible actress. She's terrible in this movie. Some people think she's great for the role that she's given. Some people think Pedro Pascal is terrible. Some people think Chris Evans is terrible. Um, Across the board hatred.
All right, so it's across the board.
I think all three actors are doing a very good job,
All right.
but Chris Evans is the standout for me. I have not seen him this good in a long time. I haven't seen him this
And I
good
mean a
since
long
Knives Out.
time. I mean, and you mean a long time.
Like just to put my cards on the table, I have not seen him this good since Knives Out.
That,
and that was a long time ago.
that is a long time.
Maybe Honey Don't, which comes out later this year. Maybe that'll be another good addition into his roles. But like,
It's my
sure as
year. I'm
fuck
back.
wasn't
I'm back,
Midpoint
baby. I'm back to
a
acting.
couple years ago. It sure as fuck wasn't Lightyear. It sure as fuck wasn't the Gray Man, even though he was the highlight of the Gray Man. Um, and it sure
No.
as hell wasn't Red One. So it was kind of fun in Deadpool and Wolverine, but like that was for like 2 minutes. Um, but no, he's great here. Without risking to like getting into a full blown conversation about Materialists, yeah, no, I very much like this movie. I think it's very, very good. Um, but it's a very polarizing movie. It's not going to be for everyone.
Very, very good.
Some people are going to very much dislike it, and many people already have. When this movie came out, the letterbox rating was a 3.8. It is now at a 3.2. It's now at a 3.2.
I was saying that's not bad, but oh shit, 3.2. That's not. That's
People have
not good.
opinions. People are
Yeah, that's not.
very,
That's
very
not as
people have
good.
opinions on this movie. Um, yeah, it's a controversial movie. It has a lot to say.
Well, it's
It has
controversial.
things to say that some people are not going to respond to, not like, or very vehemently disagree with. Um, Definitely some
Do
of
you feel
them,
like it's calling them out? Some of them.
the ones that I have seen with very valid concerns about the movie, or criticisms, I think are valid. Um, I understand their points that they're making, because there's an insinuation in the film that like all you have to do is make a promise that you'll change, and that's enough. Um, and a criticism of that I've seen is that there's been, in all the time that has passed, no there were no steps to change in that time. So why should there be any trust that there will be change in the future?
So time passes in this
No,
movie
but
for
I'm
many years,
trying
huh?
to
Or months.
skirt around what I'm talking about,
It's paint
because
a
I don't want to
descriptive
spoil the
picture,
movie.
but not much.
Yeah, but
Fair enough.
yeah, but mhm. I would definitely push to
You
see
would
it.
push to seeing it.
Yeah, I gave the film an 8.5 out of 10. I very much like this movie, and I think it fits very well in Celine Song's work. But I think the film is too polarizing.
Now she should make something different. She should make
Well,
like
she
a I
loves
don't
to
know,
write what
like a
she
comedy.
loves, so
Come on, spice it up, Celine, and give me like a
well, they say write what you
parody
know, and she
movie.
does that
Do it.
exclusively. So, because apparently, she apparently was a matchmaker for like 6 months.
She,
Yeah, so she knows what she's talking about a little bit.
well,
All right.
oh, she would make a great. I don't know. I don't know if she would, but maybe she was in in the cooking industry for a while, and then she makes a cool chef movie.
Isn't that just the bear?
Yeah, but less stressful.
All right. Yeah. Moving
She
on
make it.
from there, we've
I don't know.
got
Some
28 years later. All right. So this is where I throw up my arms
oh my
and go, I think
god.
I didn't get it. No, I'm being dead ass. I'm not. I'm not fucking around. Um,
Yeah.
I don't think I
Yeah,
got this
you
one.
didn't get it.
I think this movie went right over my head. And
Yeah. Yeah, Alex Garland, this he's smoking a cigarette, you're across the room and he's like the Joker, he's saying,
I
you
don't
wouldn't
mean
get
it
it
in the
while he's
way of
laughing
like
at
this
you.
movie kind of sucks or whatever. Oh, I don't. I legitimately think I don't
No, no, I get
fucking
it.
get it, and it just went over my head. Like I genuinely think that there's some subtext that I'm missing that I'm not like that's just not clicking for me. Genuinely, this is one of those kind of movies.
Too smart for you, you're too stupid.
I think it might have been good for me to do my homework. No.
Homework
For
with
me to like
the
do
other
my
movies?
homework on trying to understand the movie. and like understand what Garland and Alex Garland and
Uh,
Danny Boyle's intent was, because I think that would help me a lot. Yeah, I do my research into like what like
do
the
research.
metaphors are on the allegories and stuff, and kind of
Look the
because like I didn't get
explained
the ending at all until I had it explained to me. I
20
saw
years
like
later.
a video on it, and I was like, oh okay, doesn't really change how I feel about the ending, but like I get it now. I get the way they were trying, what they're trying to say, and what they're leading into, and I think that's interesting, an interesting place to go. I just think the tonal break of it was a little weird for me, just personally. You know, it felt like I was watching a Power Rangers movie for the last 5 minutes, but whatever. I don't want to say any more than that, and I said a little
Power
too much with
Rangers
that.
movie. What the fuck happened?
I said a little too much with that. I fucked
A
up.
little bit.
You should
Makes
definitely
me
watch it.
makes me curious.
It is at the very least an entertaining movie,
Yeah. This is it.
and it's unique.
That's good.
It's a
Zombies
very
getting killed
different
and shit.
vibe.
It's
It
pretty
feels
cool.
dirtier, a little rougher.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel as clean or as perfect as many other like apocalyptic movies do. Um, exactly, they shouldn't feel clean, and I think that's
They
something
shouldn't
that
feel
Danny
clean.
Boyle understood about especially about 28 days later. But like in here in 28 years, like it does feel very dirty. It feels very grimy, and the film's shot in super wide, so it's shot the same way that like Sinners is, that same aspect ratio. So it's very tight.
Hmm.
But the film, even with like its dirtiness, it's still gorgeous to look at. There are shot like this picture that I'm using. That's my favorite shot on the movie. It's a gorgeous shot. When I was watching it, I was like, "Oh wow, this is a beautiful image." Yeah, it's very creepy. I love the
It's
because I
creepy.
think they did this in 28 Weeks Later, right? Where there's the shot of like the well, they weren't the zombies like
There's,
going down the hill, and you
oh, the
just see their
zombies going down the
shadows.
hill.
I was like, "Oh, that's a very creepy, effective image."
Yeah.
Um, yep.
That
The dude's
opening
a
is pretty
fucking
creepy
bitch, but you
overall.
know, I only say that because of the rest of the context of the movie. Yeah, but
Yeah.
yeah, I don't really have too much I want to say about 28 Years Later because effectively I just don't think I got it, and I don't think I can say it. I don't think I can say anything with any
Yeah,
nuance.
you didn't know what to say.
Um, yeah,
And only if I saw it, we would bounce back at each other and I could
but
do something. I feel
yeah,
worthless
I mean,
here.
I don't think the movie was, even after like watching it with that very like I don't know what I just saw kind of view. I did think it was fine. I didn't think it was bad at all. Um,
Mhm.
I d- yeah,
Better than weeks.
week sucks. 28 Weeks Later sucks, but not really.
That's a hot take, right?
People like 28 Weeks, but
People.
most of what I
I don't hear
saw was
any.
that it's just like okay.
Yeah. I don't hear much hatred towards weeks, but
On the contrary, 28
okay.
Years Later is receiving lots of high praise. People are loving this movie. Um,
Yeah.
a lot of what I've seen is that it feels well, yeah, it's a cool zombie movie, but
Probably
also it
because it's
kind
a
of
cool zone.
harkens back to like a different type of filmmaking. It's just as dirty and as rough and experimental as 28 Days Later was, which is what people loved it so much about it. Was that it was a rough movie? It was experimental. It was something that people hadn't really seen before. And Robert Kirkman basically stole it for The Walking Dead. So, I mean, can we argue that he didn't?
You could argue it for the basically the opening sequence of The Walking
I
Dead,
think we could also argue it for
like
The Last
the
of Us.
hospital shit and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, Danny
But The
Boyle
Last of
and
Us, yeah,
Alex
probably
Garland
shit.
jokingly said that they should have asked for
But
royalties
hey,
on The Walking Dead and The Last of Us. Yeah,
I mean, hey, look, Garland said The Last of Us is better than 28 Days Later.
he's probably not wrong.
So, 28
Not
days?
wrong.
Yeah, probably not wrong. 'Cause,
the game, the game, the game,
yeah,
the game,
the game, the game,
not
the
the show.
game, the game. Yeah,
um,
not the show. Not anymore.
but
Not at this point.
yeah, no, Yeah, man, I'm lost. It's like, I don't know what to say. This movie. I mean, the acting's all great. The main
Yeah, this
kid
is
that they
like
got for this
one
movie.
of those.
Where did they find him? Because he was great. The main kid of this movie is genuinely great. He's a great actor. That kid's got a bright future. That kid's got a bright future.
He's got a
Aaron Taylor
future.
Johnson's great for the little bit in the movie he's in. Jodie Comer's great. Ray Fiennes, he's in the movie very little. I don't think I quite understood what was going on with that character and that sequence. It's very weird tonally, but I like. No,
Is he like a whisperer?
definitely is.
Whisperer for zombies?
No, yes, no, yes, no. Yeah.
No, yes, no,
I
yes,
think
no.
what's the most interesting about 28 Years Later is just the way, from a world building perspective, how the film shows the passage of time and how things have changed in the world. Like the fact that we now have like
Mm.
this isn't really a spoiler. I think it's in the trailers, but like zombies are now having like zombies a little more organized. There's an alpha zombie, implying that there is a hierarchy. Um, huh?
Yeah. I mean, they even fuck, don't they? They even they fuck because
Was that in the trailer?
Pregger zombie.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say like, how did you
No,
know?
I just heard about that.
Oh,
I heard about it.
um,
Sorry, guys.
but yeah, there's a lot more to the world. There's also something I don't know how much I don't know how much you know about the pregnant zombie, but there is something that is revealed about that that's very interesting. Um, and the next movie's already in the can. It comes out 28 weeks after this film did in January. So that's a very neat, it's a very clever little neat little thing that they did.
Clever.
Yeah, you smart little fucks.
Ah, you smart little
And
bugger.
you should very quickly make the third movie so that that can come out
Fuck you.
28 weeks after the second movie. Yeah, you have 20
You have
exactly. You have
28
28
weeks to
weeks
make
to
the
make
third movie.
the third movie
Good
so that
luck,
it can
buddy.
come out 28 weeks after. Yeah. Yeah. Also, the name of the second movie is so
Good fucking
funny to
luck.
me. 28 Years Later, The Bone Temple. We do see the Bone Temple in this movie. It doesn't end
It
with
ends.
the
I'm
Bone
guessing it
Temple,
ends with the Bone
but
Temple.
we do see the Bone Temple. Yeah. I will say there's this weird thing about this movie where
Alright.
like it'll randomly cut to footage of an old medieval film. And I think that was when I started to think, I don't think I get this movie. And then happens, no,
Yeah,
I
I
think
don't get it. Are
the
they gonna do
closest I
time
can
travel shit?
approximate to what they're trying to say is they're trying to equivalate how we've regressed in this new society and how we're operating against the infected and how we're trying to operate ourselves as very enclosed, and thus we are acting almost like a medieval army attacking off anything that comes near us. The Dark Ages. I
The
think that's
Dark
what they were maybe
Ages.
saying. I'm sure Garland has fucking littered a whole bunch of subtext in that script that's just flying across my head. Because that motherfucker has a brain on him. So like
Yes, I'm very
this,
smart on it.
he is a smart writer when he's really trying to say something.
Sometimes.
He's really smart about it, but sometimes he just gets in his own head, I guess.
Sometimes he makes annihilation. Yeah, that's the shit one, right? Yeah.
It's okay. I think it's
Or
okay.
okay one, or the meh,
I
meh,
just
meh,
feel
meh.
like I'm just yeah. That's the movie
Or
where
the
he
meh, meh,
has a lot to
I
say
have
and
nothing to
clearly a
say
lot he
movie. Meh,
wants
meh,
to
meh.
say, um, but he's just kind of choosing not. He's choosing not to say all of it,
But he doesn't.
and he wants to focus on one aspect of it. And like, okay, cool,
Yeah.
that's cool, that's cool. I see what you're trying to say there. I get you. I understand you. I get you, Alex. However, what about all the other shit you were doing? What is it? What is it you really want to say there? Because I know you want to say something.
No, no,
I can
no,
tell. I see it. I'm like, oh, you really want to say
no,
something, Alex.
no, 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 no,
Just say it.
mm-mm, mm-mm.
Like you've done it before.
No, no.
You've said everything you wanted to say before. Like
You
you
can't
say
make
that.
me. No, no,
All
no,
right.
no, 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 no.
Yeah. I gave the
Mm.
movie a 6. That's about the best I can figure of it right now. I am absolutely going to watch it again at some point, and definitely try to
It's the
do
best
my
I can do.
homework on it, and see if it's better for it, or if I just did a whole bunch of work for a movie I inevitably don't like that much. So yeah,
A little disappointed.
because I heard the good buzz going in. I was like, oh okay, this is hell yeah. That trailer was incredible.
And that
Um,
trailer, man. That trailer.
so
Shit.
yeah. All right, moving on from there to our final film tonight, K-pop Demon Hunters.
All right. Oh, I mean, no, I mean, just to keep it short, because it's fucking late. Car. I super enjoyed K-pop Demon Hunters. I think it's a super well animated, very energetic movie with you know some pretty cool stuff like the action. The action's pretty cool. It's a lot of fun throughout. Very unique. It doesn't go on for too long, but it's enjoyable for the time it is around. I like the characters. These three girls are real fun together. They had me laughing throughout the whole movie. I will not lie. I laughed a little too hard at points in the movie, but this movie just spread out its vibes and it was contagious. And I ended up, liking everybody here a lot. Um, the other character, the semi-antagonist, he's also pretty cool. I found him rather interesting despite his generic design. You know, I can't stop a Korean generic design. It is what it is. But he was pretty cool as someone who was adding some of the necessary weight and seriousness to the movie. I think he did I think his character did a pretty good job, and I found his ending. Uh, fuck it, I found his ending satisfying. I liked it. The music in the movie was really good. Everything is pretty much a bop, even for someone like me who doesn't really like K-pop music. But this might have convinced me to listen to it more. Yeah, but overall, I super enjoyed K-pop Demon Hunters. So, yeah, to keep it short, I give it
I
an 8.
also quite liked it a lot.
Super fun, really liked it.
Yeah, no, I pretty much ditto everything you say about it. Well, okay, well, not everything. Not 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 a fan of the songs,
Yeah,
honestly.
give that was some negatives. Come on,
They're just not for me. K-pop's not for me.
really?
No,
Me
I
neither.
was
But
not
I was kind of like,
particularly
damn,
into
just
the
kind of like,
songs. They just weren't. They just I don't know. It just wasn't for me. Um, no, I'm not
turns
gonna
out
say
K actually
that.
fucking sucks.
I'm not trying to die.
That's what Gabe is saying. He hates K-pop, and he
Maybe
hates
Gabe at
anybody
17 would have
who
said
likes
that, but Gabe
K-pop.
at 23 is not going to say that. Um, no, I mean, otherwise, I liked quite a bit about this movie. It's not the greatest story ever told, but it's still a really fun time. I still
No,
really quite enjoyed it. Um, yeah, the animation is gorgeous. I liked the main three characters. I
yeah.
wish Mira and Zoe had a little more to do, honestly. Um,
I had a little
this
more.
really is
Yeah,
just the Rumi movie, and I did see this.
yeah,
This is a fun. This is a
I,
little side tangent.
yeah.
I saw some people talking about how if Huntrix was a real band, a real K-pop band, they would have been canceled ages ago. Because, like, you think about it, the movie starts with them
Yeah,
singing half the song on the plane and then singing the other half of the song late to their own show, so that the audience only gets to hear half the song. And then for the big song that they sing, Golden,
yeah.
Rumi gets like 99% of the song, and then Mira and Zoe only get like one line each.
They change it in the Violator. I mean, hey, to be fair, they did come
Yeah,
from an
but
airplane, so that's pretty
like
cool.
this,
I will stick around for that.
Golden, the song they sing, yeah, Rumi would have gotten shit. massive shit and backlash for singing most of Golden, while Mira and Zoe only get one line each.
But they don't do solo acts.
No,
And
there's a lot more strictness about the equal distribution of lines in K-pop. Yep. Also, another thing,
right.
not only would those two bands, the Saja Boys and Huntrix, been heavily canceled over any type of shipping rumors, there would have been like SWAT teams called to like separate them. Yeah. Apparently K-pop shit's fucking ridiculous.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of figured watching the movie because I was there like message of the movie. If you're a K-pop star, you don't get to take a break. Just keep working until you die.
Yeah.
Life is hell for you, and you will always keep working to keep your fans happy.
And your fans are fickle.
Have fun.
Oh,
now so watching an Idol
They're
in
probably
Japan.
equally shit. But idol culture is really bad in Japan.
Yeah.
But, yeah, this is a funny little aside. Otherwise, I did quite like the movie. I think it lived up to my expectations. I expected a fun, well-animated movie, and I got that. So, I can't say I was disappointed.
Yeah.
by K-pop Demon Hunters. It was a fine.
No,
movie.
I certainly wasn't.
I gave it an 8.
I had a great time. One of my favorites of the year, honestly, because it was so fun.
All right.
Yeah.
And that was our last movie. So yes, we are technically done with this here midpoint, huh? But oh wait,
bro, no, I'm gonna be surreal.
Okay.
It's 3:14. I would love to do it.
All right, bro. All right.
But it's 3:14. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry to disappoint you. I know there is no job tomorrow for either of us, but I cannot. I cannot be caught at 5, still awake. With my mom walking in like, "Why the fuck are you awake?"
Fair enough. Is this the first time I'm
do
doing
it.
this to you?
We can do it tomorrow.
This is the first time I'm doing this to you? Where
Huh?
I'm the one who wants to stay up? Shit. All right. Well,
Probably. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I don't like. I want to stay up. I'm not tired at all. I'm fucking hot and sweating.
no, fair.
I don't want to get in trouble. Yeah, mom. Like, I'm guessing if she caught you here, she'd be like, "What the fuck are you awake, motherfucker?"
I'm sure I'll hear about it when I wake up at like 9
Right?
a.m. Yeah.
Hi. I felt you awake at almost 3:16. What was that about? Young man?
I'm 23.
I'm a grown man.
Yeah. All right. Well, fair point.
Living under your house.
Let's end this then. All right. Sorry about the lie.
I'm sure it would have been a great Kensington report.
Yeah. All right. Nah.
You can cut this part out.
I'll leave it in. It's funnier. All right.
All right.
Bye-bye.